Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding.
Evening, colleagues. Please be seated. Right. Shall we start then? Can we have apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillors Joanne, Lowson, Stoker-Walker, D. Wood, M. Wood and S. Wood.
Any others? Okay. Item 2. There are 2 sets of minutes. Does Council agree the minutes of the special meeting held on the 21st of January 2026? Is that agreed? Yeah. Does Council agree the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 21st of January 2026? Agreed? Right. Thank you very much. Official announcements. As tonight's City Council meeting will determine the Council's budget, I'd like to remind members that the guillotine will fall at 9 p.m. rather than 8:30 p.m. On behalf of the Council and the City, I extend my heartfelt wishes to Muslim councillors and staff and to all Muslims in Newcastle around the world who are observing Ramadan Kareem. And also, of course, it's a time of year when there are lots of religious festivals, so if you're celebrating Easter or Holly or whatever, I hope you have a happy and peaceful time. One other announcement, I was going to make this at the end, but a very wise person said to me, what if we're not friends at the end? As this is the last planned council meeting before the May elections, and I know quite a number of you are retiring at the elections, and as it's an all-election, some of us may accidentally end up retiring at the election. Can I thank all of you for everything you've done on the council over the years, all the effort and work you've put in. I think sometimes people outside this chamber don't understand the hard work and commitment that goes into being a councillor. So for all the work you've done here in the council chamber, in this building, and also in your wards, can I just thank you very much, and can I wish you a very happy retirement in anything else you go on to do. Right. Item 4, correspondence. Does Council agree to receive the correspondence from the Minister for Pensions? Agreed? Thank you. Petitions. One petition has been received. Can I call on Dr. Dhananjay Singh to present the petition? Dr. Singh.
Good evening, everybody. I, Dr. Dhananjay Kumar Singh, resident of Great Park, presenting a petition on behalf of 222 residents of the Great Park. The petition reads, "We, the undersigned resident of the Great Park, call on Newcastle City Council and the Integrated Care Board to work together to find a suitable site and necessary funding to get our healthcare centre built."
Okay, thank you very much. Can I call on Councillor Walker to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for bringing this petition regarding the need for a health centre in Great Park here tonight. I appreciate the strength of feeling on the issue and fully recognise the challenges many people face in accessing GP services locally. A health centre in Great Park is actually something that I fundamentally agree with. and want to see, and know that my colleague from Castleward, Councillor Herridge, has long advocated for. That said, I wanted to provide an update on the current position and clarify how new GP premises are typically funded in England and where our responsibilities lie as a council. So while the council is not responsible for commissioning or funding GP services, we are working closely with the North East and North Cumbria Integrated Care Board, which holds statutory responsibility for assessing need and commissioning new GP practices. The ICB also oversees the reimbursement of premises costs for GP practices, whether they own or lease their buildings. In most cases, new GP premises are not directly built or funded by the NHS. Instead, GP practices or third-party developers finance the construction, and the NHS reimburses the practice for rent or mortgage costs over time. There are also national capital funding schemes such as the Primary Care Utilisation and Modernisation Fund, which can support improvements or expansions, but these are limited and highly competitive. A site for a health centre in Grey Park had been secured through a planning legal agreement as part of the original planning stages. The Section 106 secured the retention of 1,440 square metres of land within the local centre of Grey Park for a healthcare development, and an obligation to market and make efforts to secure an operator for the site up to the occupation of the 500th dwelling. This was intended to provide sufficient time, circa 6 years, for the ICB to secure a new or branch GP practice to operate on the site. However, the 500 dwelling threshold has been exceeded and no firm proposal from a GP practice and or the ICB has been forthcoming. As such, the obligation on developers to retain land exclusively for this use has fallen away, but this does not negate the possibility of a GP practice coming forward, as land is still available at the local centre, but this is limited and could be utilised for another suitable commercial use. However, utilising any land requires a viable proposal from a GP provider and a commitment from the ICB to support the ongoing costs. This depends on a GP practice being willing to expand and whether a business case can be made to secure support from the ICB. I will write the ICB to seek clarity on their current assessment of need in Grey Park, work to date with practices to secure a practice willing to expand and understand their future plans. I will highlight the strength of local demand and the alignment with our city's health and wellbeing strategy. And I will continue to advocate for improved access to primary care in Grey Park and will keep council informed of any developments. And in the meantime, I welcome continued engagement with residents to ensure your voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Does council agree to point of order?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Under 12G, I would ask that this matter is formally referred by council to Health Scrutiny Committee.
Seconder? Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Apparently we don't need to vote on that, so it will be given to the Health Scrutiny Committee. So if you can hand the petition over, please, Dr. Singh, and thank you very much for bringing it to us. Thank you. Can I now invite John Mills to address council, please?
My name is John Mills, and I work term time as a minibus driver with a local provider transporting SEND children home to school. I see every day how SEND transport is not simply a tender procurement process and logistical contract. It directly shapes behaviour and affects the well-being and educational readiness of the children I transport. For many vulnerable children, particularly autistic children, the journey to school is the first structured interaction of the day. With as much as 25% of their day spent travelling on the school bus, the understanding and awareness of the driver, the tone and empathy of the escort, and the predictability of the route and routine can determine whether a child arrives focused and ready to learn, or anxious and already distressed. From reviewing the Council's procurement documentation, it appears that in some SEND home-to-school transport contracts, price can carry a weighting of up to 90% of the total score. When price dominates at that level, it inevitably becomes the decisive factor in contract awards. I fully recognise the financial pressures facing the authority. However, procurement weightings shape behaviour. If lowest cost carries overwhelming influence, providers will compete primarily on price. That can limit their investment in specialist SEND training, workforce stability, long-term staff retention and continuity of driver-passenger assistant child relationships, all of which are fundamental in this context. Including quality criteria in the procurement framework is positive. However, the key issue is how much those criteria actually count when contracts are awarded, and whether outcomes such as driver consistency, incident rates, parent satisfaction, missed pickups and staff turnover are measured and fed back into future procurement decisions. The government's recently published white paper regarding the direction of SEND reform increasingly emphasises inclusion, consistency and accountability. Councils will be judged not only on cost control, but on outcomes and lived experience. This isn't just about defining the procurement criteria better, it is about defining value properly. When it comes to SEND transport provision, value should reflect long-term quality, workforce stability, social value, and ultimately better outcomes for children, not simply the lowest price on paper. My question then is this: will the Council publish the current price versus quality weightings used in SEND home-to-school transport procurement and review whether these weightings appropriately reflect the needs of children and young people with SEND? And will the Council commit to reviewing and, where necessary, rebalancing the scoring framework so that quality, stability and outcomes are weighted strongly enough to materially influence and, where appropriate, outweigh price in contract award decisions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Mills. I now call on Councillor Mains to respond.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mills, for your question. Ultimately, the lowest price on paper isn't the main category for SEND transport. The quality of service and meeting the individual needs of our children with SEND are fundamental to the Council's approach. Our procurement process is designed to ensure that a provider can fully support the child before cost is considered. We assess the quality and suitability of providers at two key stages in the procurement process. The first is on admission to the contract. We commission SEND taxi provision through what's called a dynamic purchasing system. All providers must demonstrate that they fully meet our detailed service specification and comply with robust standards, including for safeguarding, health and safety, training as defined within the contract. Only once we are satisfied that a provider meets those standards are they then admitted to the contract. In bidding for individual routes, once admitted to the DPS, providers may bid for specific routes. For each route, the Council first considers whether the provider can meet any specific requirements of the child or young person. For example, if medically trained escorts are needed, and only providers who can meet the child's needs progress beyond this stage. When the suitability is confirmed, routes are then awarded to the lowest compliant bid. If two bids are equal on price, preference is then given to providers who pay passenger assistants a higher hourly rate aligned to the real living wage and use electric or low carbon vehicles. So whilst pricing is a determinant of whom an individual route is awarded to, this is only after there's been a determination that the provider can meet the specific requirements of the child. In terms of staffing, we do have a high quality of continuity for drivers and passengers assistants, and all drivers and passenger assistants must attend mandatory briefing outlining their responsibilities, have a handbook detailing expectation and standards, have an enhanced DBS certificate which is reviewed by the local authority, and have up-to-date first aid training, safeguarding training and any other training appropriate. And in terms of question 2, Mr Mills, the Council about committing to reviewing, yes, the Council will, and I emphasise that the approach prioritises the needs of children and service quality before price is considered, but officers are in the process of developing a new procurement system for SEND transport, and I'm pleased to confirm that providers of transport and wider stakeholders will have the opportunity to help shape the design of that solution. and I hope, Mr Mills, you'd kindly take part in that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mains. Mr Mills, you can have up to a minute to respond if you wish.
Okay, yes, I want to thank you for your comments, and I'd very much like to take part in that. As well as a minibus driver, I'm also the founder of STAR, which is a community interest company that promotes a balanced approach to the tender criteria process, one which recognises cost pressures but gives proper weight to the qualitative factors that shape SEND children's home-to-school transport experience. I'm currently working collaboratively with a local transport provider on a pilot programme designed to generate clear evidence that can help inform future procurement decisions. I would therefore welcome the opportunity to meet with yourself and other council members to explore how a collaborative pilot could support the council's objectives and deliver measurable outcomes for children and young people with SEND.
Thank you, Mr Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr Mills. Thank you. Can I now invite Mark Ridyard to address Council, please?
Hello, I'm Mark Ridyard from Heaton, and as a resident of Heaton, I would like to understand the Council's plan to address graffiti across Heaton and more broadly across the city, which is becoming a worsening problem.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor here.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Mr Ridyard, for your question. Graffiti is a blight for residents and businesses, and it can have a real impact on how people feel about their neighbourhood. Graffiti is an offence under the Criminal Damage Act when it is done without the permission of the property owner. It is a recordable crime, so we encourage residents, businesses and property owners to report incidents to the police so that the offence is properly recorded and investigated. There are also laws designed to prevent the tools used for graffiti vandalism getting into the wrong hands. Under the Antisocial Behaviour Act, it is a criminal offence to sell aerosol paint to anyone under the age of 16. The enforcement of those restrictions sits with the Council's Trading Standards Service. The criminal enforcement of graffiti itself sits with the police. Local authorities do not have the power to stop or search individuals, seize spray cans or make arrests. Most offenders also try to avoid detection by concealing their identity and leaving the scene quickly. What the Council does do is remove graffiti from our own buildings, street furniture and public fixtures across the city. Our teams work across Newcastle, responding to reports and clearing graffiti from council assets as part of our street cleaning responsibilities. Where graffiti is on private property and it is racist, sexist, obscene or constitutes hate speech, we will intervene and aim to respond within 2 working days. However, responsibility for cleaning graffiti from private buildings generally rests with the property owner. The Council does not have the powers to compel private owners to clean their properties in most circumstances. To support businesses and property owners, we do, however, offer a chargeable graffiti removal service. This work also needs to be carried out safely. Graffiti removal often requires specialist chemicals, pressure equipment and protective equipment, so it is subject to strict safety procedures. Ultimately, tackling graffiti requires partnership. The police deal with the criminal behaviour, the council maintains public assets, and communities play a role in reporting issues and helping prevent repeat problems. And that is why I want to finish by recognising the work of the Heaton Ward councillors, Councillor Lara Ellis, Mayor Ban Sadiq and Councillor Claire Penny-Evans, who are working closely with the EPIC team and with local residents to make sure graffiti is reported quickly and removed where possible, often removing it themselves from council-owned street furniture. That kind of partnership, working closely with residents, is exactly what helps keep our neighbourhoods clean and welcoming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hay. Mr Ridyard, you have up to 1 minute to respond.
Thanks very much for the answer, and I agree with the point you make about it being a blight. It's disappointing, though, that we haven't come up with a systematic approach to deal with the issue that we're seeing. We do see it being raised more and more with the residents of Heaton, and we are seeing smaller individual pieces of graffiti being removed, but there doesn't seem to be that plan to put it all together. So, for example, the Chillingham Road Metro Bridge, that's something that I've raised, and that's beyond the scope of what can currently be removed. I've been told that there's not a plan to address that within the foreseeable future. And I've also so based on that, I really hope we can find a way to look at that problem in a much bigger way, and find a way to try and make a difference before this problem really gets out of hand, because it just does seem to be ballooning across Heaton, and I also see it across the city. But I thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ridyard. Next, can I invite Barbara Down to address Council?
Hello, my name's Barbara Down. Residents of Kingston Park and Dinnington are constantly telling me about potholes across the ward. Even where potholes are repaired, the repairs only last a few weeks, and often one pothole is repaired while one only a few metres away is not. What are the council's plans to finally address both the number of potholes across Newcastle and the quality of repairs?
Okay, thank you very much. Can I invite Councillor Safian to respond? Oh, hello.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for your question, Ms. Down, and for raising the concerns of residents in Kingston Park and Dinnington about potholes. Like many councils across the country, Newcastle has seen a rapid deterioration in the condition of our roads in recent months. Since Christmas, we have experienced prolonged heavy rainfall and persistent bad weather, which has led to a substantial rise in potholes across the network. We were already aware of the growing pressure caused by many years of national funding reductions. That's why last year we made a clear long-term commitment, an additional 50 million investment for highway maintenance as part of our 2026-27 budget. This is a major program designed to improve the long-term condition and resilience of our roads. In the short term, to tackle the immediate challenge, we have taken swift action. We have more than quadrupled the number of operatives carrying out repairs across the city. Despite very difficult weather conditions, teams have already repaired more than 4,300 potholes since the start of this year, helping us fulfill our statutory duty under the Highway Act to maintain a safe and serviceable network. However, given both the volume of repairs required and the recent weather, it has not always been possible to carry out permanent mechanized repairs within the required timescales. In these cases, temporary repairs are necessary for safety. As we move into spring and summer, when conditions are more favorable, we will be undertaking more durable, permanent patch repairs across the city. We are also investing in innovation. This includes exploring thermal road repair technology and preventive surface treatments that help extend the life of our roads and reduce the need for recurring reactive repairs. Together with our extensive planned road resurfacing program, these measures will help us respond to the increasingly unpredictable weather patterns linked to climate change and provide a more resilient road network for residents, including residents in Kingston Park and Dinnington. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Safian. Mrs Down, you have up to 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you. That's encouraging. Potholes are a big issue for residents, but the state of our pavements is even worse. As only one example, the pavements on Sycamore Avenue in Dinnington are in a shocking state. Badly maintained pavements impact parents, wheelchair users, and others with mobility issues. So I feel Newcastle must get better at pavement repairs.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs Down. Sadly, I'm afraid we've run out of time for this item, so I'm afraid, Ms Lockett, you won't be able to get your opportunity to address Council. However, you will receive a written response from the Cabinet member. Okay, sorry about that. Right, item 7. Section 25, Statement of the Chief Finance Officer. I call on Councillor Kilgour to move the report, and can Councillor Hayes stand ready to second? Thank you. Councillor Hay, formally second. I don't believe that anybody has asked to speak on this. So does Council note the recommendations? Yes, thank you. Before we move on to the main budget item, can I make sure that all members have read the advice note from the Chief Finance Officer, which was circulated earlier today and is published in the supplemental agenda? Yes? I'm getting nods. Okay. We now move on to our medium-term financial planning. I call on Councillor Kilgour to move the report, seconded by Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I've said before, it is an honour to be leader of Newcastle City Council and to be the first female leader of our great city. I do not take my responsibilities lightly. I've tried to work differently, working collaboratively across the chamber where possible. And colleagues, let's also recognise something important. I've brought stability, and stability brings confidence. The financial discipline and responsible leadership shown by this administration over the last 17 months has not gone unnoticed. It's precisely because Newcastle is seen as well-governed, serious and investable that government is prepared to back us. We are trusted to deliver. We're trusted to manage large-scale programmes, and that trust translates into real investment for our city. We've secured £120 million for Fourth Yards regeneration, unlocking jobs, homes and long-term growth. We've secured £40 million of Pride in Place funding to strengthen neighbourhoods and support visible improvements where residents live. We've been chosen as a kinship care pilot area, providing vital support for families who step up to care for children. We've brought in additional warm homes funding to improve energy efficiency, reduce bills and tackle fuel poverty. And we've secured an additional £6 million to complete the restoration of the Tyne Bridge, protecting one of our city's most iconic assets. That is not accidental. That's what stability and vision make possible. And it builds on a record of achievement we should be proud of. We've invested over £1.7 million to restore neighbourhood pride. With partners, we've brought a music studio to Newcastle, along with a national centre for writing, boosting our creative industries and a local economy. We're raising Newcastle's profile on the national and international stage, hosting major global events such as the Mercury Prize and the MOBO Awards, and championing our cultural assets as drivers of jobs, growth and civic pride. That's the track record of a stable but ambitious administration. And our budget builds on that record, not cautiously, but confidently. Tonight, we're making one of the most important decisions we take in this chamber each year. It is our legal duty, but it's also a statement of intent about the kind of city that we're building together. And I say without hesitation, this is the most ambitious and transformative budget this council has brought forward in more than a decade. It's ambitious because it invests at scale. It's transformative because it changes how we operate. And it's responsible because it safeguards the services our residents rely on every single day. So let's start with some context. Since 2010, around £400 million has been cut from Newcastle's budgets. £400 million. That's money that once funded youth services, neighbourhood teams, preventative work and community infrastructure. Many councils across the country have buckled under that pressure. Some have effectively declared bankruptcy. Others have slashed services to the bone. Newcastle did not. We kept control of our finances, we made disciplined decisions, we protected core services, we maintained stability. That didn't happen by accident. It happened because Labour administrations have been serious about stewardship, serious about governance, serious about living within our means while protecting the most vulnerable. Now, I've never believed the councils should simply accept what they're given and stay quiet. I have consistently made the case to government that Newcastle has carried a disproportionate share of austerity and that funding must reflect the scale of need in our city. I've taken that argument directly to ministers. I've set out the evidence. I've made clear that change must reduce inequality, not entrench it. In the final settlement, thanks to the Labour government and our lobbying, Newcastle received an additional £2.9 million uplift in the recovery grant, targeted at areas with the highest levels of deprivation and those that suffered most under austerity. That's not by chance. It reflects the case that we've made about need, fairness, and the reality facing our residents. But let me be clear. While we always welcome progress, we will continue to press for more, because standing up for Newcastle is not a one-off conversation. It's a duty. And I will continue to make our case until the funding system properly recognises the needs and potential of this city. However, the move to a 3-year funding settlement is significant. It allows us to plan for the longer term, it allows us to invest intelligently, it allows us to modernise at pace. The commitment to fund 90% of eligible SEND deficits is a serious and welcome intervention that helps address one of the most acute financial pressures facing councils nationally. And the additional funding for homelessness, rough sleeping and domestic abuse services reinforces our ability to protect residents at their most vulnerable. Now let's talk about scale. This council delivers around £1.2 billion of services each year. £130 million supports our schools, £140 million supports our tenants, £760 million funds our statutory duties and essential services. Around £160 million annually goes into our capital programme. We balance our books properly. We do not borrow to plug day-to-day gaps. We do not raid our reserves. We plan responsibly and transparently. Yes, we still need to deliver almost £5 million in savings next year. And yes, demand in adult social care and children's services continues to rise. Yes, pay and price inflation remains a challenge. But this budget does not shirk from those realities. It responds to them with action. First, we protect frontline services. We're matching inflation and demand pressures in adult social care, children's services and SEND. That means older residents receiving the care they deserve. It means children with complex needs supported properly. It means families receiving earlier help before issues escalate. Second, we invest in fairness. We're reaffirming our commitment to the real living wage, not only for our directly employed workforce, but across our supply chain. That's an additional £2 million invested next year to ensure that public contracts support decent pay. That's a practical expression of our Labour values. We're strengthening our council tax support scheme. Newcastle already has one of the most generous schemes in the country. Thousands of low-income households rely on it every year. For many, it's the difference between staying afloat and falling into crisis. And we're enhancing it further, providing additional targeted support for care leavers, for residents who are terminally ill, and for those receiving payments under the Armed Forces Compensation Scheme. This is targeted compassion delivered responsibly. Third, we invest visibly in our neighbourhoods. Residents are clear about what matters: cleaner streets, safer roads, better maintained pavements, parks and play spaces that families can enjoy. So we're committing £50 million over the next decade to highways maintenance. That's long-term strategic investment. That means fewer potholes, safer crossings and better infrastructure in every part of the city. We're continuing our ambitious play spaces programme. Since 2020, we've invested millions of pounds upgrading and modernising play provision across Newcastle. And last year, Cabinet agreed a further £1.5 million to continue that work. And we've committed £450,000 of Pride and Place impact funding for Harbottle Park and Hodgkin Park. We're expanding our provision of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library so that every child under 5 receives books to their home. That's a small financial line in a large budget, but it's a powerful investment in literacy and life chances. We continue to back our cultural sector, building on events that have placed Newcastle on the national stage and delivered jobs and millions of pounds in economic growth. Culture here is not an optional extra. It's part of our economic strategy. And I want to say something about housing, because there's no stronger test of our ambition than whether people can live in a safe, secure, warm and affordable home. That's why we're bringing forward our place-shaping strategy, building communities, not just houses. We're setting an ambitious target of 15,000 homes over the next decade. And I'm particularly proud that at the heart of that is a once-in-a-generation commitment to build 1,500 council homes, alongside 1,500 more that are socially or genuinely affordable. This is also about standards, improving the quality of existing homes, increasing the supply of larger family homes and accessible homes, supporting responsible landlords and taking enforcement action where properties are unsafe or unsuitable. It's also about keeping homes affordable to heat, tackling fuel poverty and helping people to stay independent for longer so they can live well at home. And alongside investment, we're transforming how this council works. Our Change and Innovation Newcastle programme is the centrepiece of this budget. It will deliver more than £37 million worth of efficiencies over the next 3 years while protecting the services our residents rely on. We're investing £5 million up front on an investor-save basis because we're choosing to reform the organisation rather than simply cut services. That means smarter systems, better use of data, less reliance on costly third-party suppliers, and services redesigned around residents rather than internal processes. Our residents have been clear about what they want. They want a council that's easier to contact, they want quicker responses, they want less bureaucracy and more focus on getting things done. This programme delivers exactly that. It will also help us tackle rising demand by intervening earlier, preventing problems escalating, and ensuring public money is used where it makes the biggest difference. It's about building a council that's leaner, more efficient, and fit for the future, while protecting the frontline services our communities rely on. Now, I want to take a moment to speak directly to our staff. You are the backbone of this council and this city. Your professionalism and dedication are the reason we have remained stable. I know change is never easy, and we will work constructively with you and our trade unions. Transformation will be done with our workforce, not imposed upon them. And finally, colleagues, we must address council tax. A 4.99% increase is not a decision any of us take lightly. We know households are under pressure, but without it, we will be forced to make cuts to frontline services. So turning to the amendments, we consider the Green Party amendments to be progressive and in line with our values, and therefore, with the addition of our small amendment, which I understand Councillor Hartley will accept, the Labour Group will accept these proposals. On Councillor Donnelly's amendment, we must take very seriously the advice of our Section 151 officer. His advice is that the amendment significantly weakens the Council's resource base, undermines our financial stability and increases the risk associated with delivering next year's budget. Put simply, it would make it harder for this Council to fund the core statutory services our residents rely on, including adult social care and children's social care. For those reasons, and in light of the clear professional advice we've received, we believe this amendment should be rejected by City Council. On Councillor Tracy Mitchell's amendment, I will say that on first reading it felt like something lifted straight from Reform's playbook. However, I accept that that is not the intention behind it. In reality, 4 of the 5 points raised already fall squarely within the scope of our Change and Innovation programme. The 5th point around asset rationalisation is already being taken forward through the Property Services Improvement Plan. Both of these programmes are subject to member oversight with regular reporting to Cabinet and scrutiny through the Corporate Scrutiny Committee. So while the amendment doesn't add anything new to the work already underway, it does reinforce the direction of travel this administration has already set. So for that reason, the Labour Group will accept that amendment. And finally, the Liberal Democrat amendment. I will say in many respects, the amendment's almost flattering. Much of what's proposed simply reflects the work this administration's already delivering, spending on roads and pavements, funding play area improvements, and investing in housing. Sound familiar? However, the narrative that accompanies the amendment reads far more like a manifesto or a campaign leaflet than a serious set of budget proposals. And of course, we've now seen the Section 151 officer's comments, which advise that, in his view, point 5 of their amendment would significantly impact on the Council's ability to manage financial risk. And for those reasons, we cannot support their amendment as it stands. So, colleagues, tonight the responsible choice is clear. You can vote along party lines, or you can support the budget as we've agreed to amend it. A budget committed to protecting frontline services, investing in infrastructure, backing fair pay, supporting children and families, strengthening financial resilience, modernising our council. This is not a defensive budget, it's a confident one. A budget that invests in neighbourhoods, a budget that transforms play spaces, a budget that supports working people, a budget that protects the vulnerable, a budget that invests in Newcastle's future. After everything local government has endured, Newcastle stands strong, stable, ambitious, forward-looking. This budget reflects that spirit, and I'm proud to move it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor here to second.
The pack left on our seat makes reference to additional advice from the Chief Financial Officer, and the Leader of the Council has just referred to that in her speech. But in the pack of information that I have, there is no data, nothing at all from the Chief Financial Officer. Is that just this, or does everybody else have the same problem?
Does everybody else have it? Yes? Yeah, right. It's also on your email, Councillor. Right. Well, we'll get you another copy, Councillor Ashby. Okay. Councillor Hay to second. Reserve the right. Okay, thank you very much. Can I now call on Councillor Ferguson to respond to the report, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So, here we are. No more complex an agenda for the Council's budget have I ever seen in this chamber. 4 sets of amendments, complex voting calculations. If anyone sitting here this evening says they know how it's all going to play out, I'd love to hear it. If this is stability, I'd love to see the alternative. This is a Gordian knot of a budget. The proposals and the implications so tightly intertwined as to make untangling the implications and setting forth meaningful amendments even more difficult than it ever was before. When I first stood in this council chamber to respond to a Labour budget, we had 3 years of detailed, costed proposals with implications for each service and directorate clearly spelled out. Not so this evening. Let me first take the implications of this budget. I will deal with our amendments later. This isn't a budget without service cuts. This is a budget where they don't want to tell you where the service cuts are going to land. Because the truth is this. They spent the best part of 15 years telling us that austerity was a choice, salami slicing services away in the hope that a Labour government would come in with a magic wand, and now that it's happened, the cold, hard reality that Keir Starmer and his cronies didn't want to admit to is coming back to bite them. The extremes of politics are experiencing a surge right now, not because the man and woman on the street have taken leave of their senses, but because they believe politics has failed, is failing, and if the regular lot can't do it, why not give someone else a go for a change? Don't take it from me, we debate this budget in the immediate wake of Rachel Reeves' spring statement. Labour came to power promising change, promising growth, promising different standards and a government that delivers. Even I expected that things would get at least a little better, because nothing could be worse than the succession of Tory Prime Ministers, each worse than the last. So what does the spring statement tell us? No, don't take it from me, take it from the IFS. And I quote, "The main fiscal story remains the same. The UK's public finances are vulnerable. Debt is high and set to only just stabilise as a fraction of GDP by the end of the decade. Borrowing also remains high. The government plans to bring it down rather rapidly, but the big question, which remains as central as ever after today's statement, is whether those plans can be delivered." We cannot have this debate without recognising that reality and the context in which we operate. The facts are plain. Surging energy prices, rising government borrowing costs, unemployment set to rise to 5.3%. We're not out of the woods. We're not even looking for the edge. We're walking deeper into the thicket without a map. And so in that context, is it any wonder that local government continues to take a battering, basic services remain tightly constrained, and the electorate look eagerly for alternatives? We waited far too long to hear what the government plans to do on special educational needs reform, forcing this council into the awful position of overspending on available funding for vital support. Local government reform is in disarray. What do we have in front of us tonight? In part, this budget does something that should have happened ages ago and sets out a plan to implement a serious programme of transformational change across the civic centre, reimagining how to deliver services, updating the systems used to support our staff, introducing new technology to deliver efficiencies. This is all to be welcomed. But where there could be pain, the usual detail is not forthcoming. We don't know where staffing reductions will happen, which services will be cut back, how the big overspending areas in the council will bring costs back into line with expectations. Or worse, we fear it might be pushed into the future, with the as yet undefined savings in years 2 and 3 that will inevitably have to be dealt with by whoever runs the council after May, amounting to fully 6.5 times more than we're expected to sign off on tonight. To be clear, this has never happened before. The savings in years 2 and 3 of any medium-term financial plan that I can easily recall have always been broadly in line with those in year 1. The leader refers to stability and delivery, but for every project progressing, a project is held up. Our parks, allotments and green spaces have been let down. Northumberland Street remains a building site. The commercial development pipeline isn't pumping at full capacity. You say you don't raid reserves, but if it weren't for the additional funding from government, you would be, and you have been. Everything you told us that wasn't possible, that we have had rubbished in the past, we find now you can do. And so you refer to the prudential borrowing for roads and pavement repairs, long requested by the Liberal Democrat opposition, long since told over and over again by Labour that it simply wasn't possible. Now we've found a way. Now, to be clear, I'm not a doomsayer. I passionately believe that Newcastle's and the country's best days are ahead of it, and I want to work with others to deliver it. I don't look backwards like reform might wish to. I choose to look forward. There are opportunities. Recently published figures indicate the Council has £9 million of affordable housing contributions to spend. We already know that there are millions in developer contributions arising out of planning applications sitting in the bank. And we have found out, as I've referred to already at the 11th hour, that there is a marginally better than expected settlement from government. Having said that, I recognise the Section 151 officer's advice regarding the impact of the terrible events happening in the Middle East right now and the potential impact on the Council's financial stability. Those of you who are familiar with me standing up in these debates know that I have never sought to go against the Section 25 advice received in budget meetings. Liberal Democrats have always presented sensible, costed amendments that can be delivered and will make meaningful differences to our residents' lives. I was not aware of that advice in advance, and now that I am, when I return to the amendments later, I will take that into account. Let me turn briefly to the vexed subject of council tax. Council tax is a scourge. It is a deplorable way to fund public services. It is deeply regressive, punitive on the most vulnerable, and disproportionate in a way that makes the mind boggle. I suspect there is not a single member in this chamber who would willingly choose to continue with our current council tax regime, given half a chance. And so it is, of course, understandable that many of us, myself included, want to minimise the scale of the hike in council tax that is presented to this chamber year after year. Maybe some people are looking over their shoulders at what happened in County Durham, what Reform managed to pull off. Only a 2% rise. Big success. What does that mean for your electoral prospects? My Liberal Democrat colleagues in Durham paint a very, very different picture. Look at how they did it. Slashing council tax support for some of the most vulnerable in the county, the people they claim to represent, so that some will pay orders of magnitude more than they have ever done before. Decimating local funding for town and parish councils, taking an axe to localism, the sort of community devolution that many of us favour. Cuts to litter picking, changes to grass cutting, exactly the sort of thing that many of us want to see more of, not less of. They're showing you cannot have it both ways. The plan for an alternative council tax settlement presented at this meeting is, I regret to say, built on foundations of sand. We cannot raid the bank to pay for a political pledge without demonstrating that there is a sustainable, long-term solution to balance the books and deliver effective services far into the future. Durham's own Director of Resources, the one that supports Reform's own cabinet there, concluded that their move will mean difficult decisions will need to be made in the coming years to deliver future savings as a consequence of their choices. That's why the Liberal Democrats want to set out a sustainable pathway to deliver reasonable council tax settlements in the long term. No sugar rush fixes or gaudy pledges, but the same pragmatic, effective change that we have delivered previously, that delivered below inflation council tax increases for 7 years whilst investing in frontline services. Reform's move might appear appealing on the face of it, but look across the basket of their measures in Durham and beyond, and it is abundantly clear that they are a basket case. I welcome the breadth of the amendments we have in front of us tonight. I'm pleased our Green colleagues have followed our lead on HMOs, and we are minded to support the Green proposals. We are also minded to support Councillor Mitchell's amendment because we believe that a line-by-line analysis of the Council's budget is the only way to deliver the structural savings that are needed in the long term. If that sounds familiar, it's because we've been saying it for a while and we will continue to say it. Newcastle is a fantastic city. The place I choose to call home. The place my children were born in, and the city they will grow up in. When we last considered the Council's budget, my daughter was mere days old. I was sleep deprived. I was accommodating a new reality. She turned 1 on Monday. What city will we bequeath her? We can deliver a city that is fearful, inward-looking, scared of others, which believes its best days are behind it. Or we can deliver the politics of real change, regenerating the city, investing in our green spaces, supporting residents to get up and get on. The reality in this chamber is that requires compromise and collaboration. And that is difficult, I acknowledge that, in a context where we have had some pretty fundamental disagreements on some pretty big issues. But I sit here in the spirit of seeking the compromise that delivers the best deal possible for the residents of this city. Now, I recognise what's been said about our preamble. I recognise that there's a belief that that is a manifesto. It is not. It is a sincere and genuine attempt to grapple with some of the fundamental concerns we have about the structural matters within the budget that are difficult to amend with the process in front of us. I could make this an election pitch. I could roll out the Liberal Democrat manifesto. I could tell you about all the things we want to do if we're successful in the election in May, the long-term success of our parks, allotments and green spaces, regaining our position as a national leader for recycling, not burning our waste, getting the city moving again, and delivering a fair financial settlement for our residents. But I'm not going to do that, because that's not what we're here for. We're here to pass a budget. We're here to pass a budget in circumstances the likes of which this Council has never seen before. And I know we're going to hear about it a lot about our legal duties. The unbearable weight of the law will be pressed upon us. I know that. So let me be absolutely clear. I want this Council to pass a budget. I've walked into this chamber tonight with that aim clear and central in my mind, and I am willing to work with other parties to deliver that. But I also have to be true to my convictions and my principles. I have to fight for what I believe to be in the best interests of the residents of this city. I know we will all seek to do that. I know my Liberal Democrat colleagues feel the same. So, colleagues, we have a debate in front of us. We have some considerations to make. I will be invited to return in due course to formally present our amendments. I look forward to the debate that we are due to have. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can I now call on Councillor Hartley to move the Green amendments, please, to be seconded by Councillor Peters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well. We seem to have an outbreak of collaborative politics in the chamber, don't we? That's very, very exciting. But a bit of context, because it's not always been that way, has it? 2 years ago, Newcastle Labour were going around falsely claiming that I was not telling the truth in a leaflet on my campaign on the district heating network. You know, the campaign where we ended up getting bills down. A year later, Labour was saying I was too nice and honest for politics. Which is it? And now, what are the Labour Party saying about the Greens? That we are the radical extremists? Well, you know, I guess in the age of hate, to be kind is a radical act. Well, look, I know every time I get up to speak, there's heckles. Guffaws from some when I talk about being kind, being compassionate, working together. Looking down on us like Matt Goodwin looked down on Hannah Spencer, the Green plumber, when she won the Gorton and Denton by-election and spoke eloquently about how inequality and austerity is hitting hardest in the poorest communities. Well, who's laughing now? Because it's not our residents, they're furious. Go out into your communities, knock on doors, especially on those who don't vote. People who are so peed off by working hard for nothing in return that they see politics as a stain on our society. That's what we need to change, which is why we need more Greens elected to push this flailing Labour government to get their act together. We as Greens have brought 4 serious grown-up amendments to this budget. They're not radical, they're not extreme, but they are bold. They're about raising our living standards, keeping money in our local economy, getting bills down, supporting community groups, tackling poverty and improving our housing. And thank you to Councillor Kilgour for being collaborative and constructive in discussions on these amendments. Thank you too to Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Williams, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Donnelly for the conversations that we have had. This is the politics of the future, working together for the good of our residents. So when we as Greens say hope is here, what do we mean? Let's talk through these amendments. The first amendment asks something very simple, that when we deliver £1.2 million of savings through reviewing third-party contracts, we do so intelligently and transparently, not through a race to the bottom. You heard earlier John Mills' story about Send Transport. When procurement becomes purely about the cheapest bid on paper, we often end up with poorer services, higher longer-term costs and money leaking out of our city to distant shareholders rather than circulating locally. The second amendment comes from something that genuinely shocked me in the last year, the number of brilliant community organisations forced to close because rising rent simply became unaffordable. Can we help as the council? Yes, the property budget should reflect market value, and yes, business is tough, but we are talking about organisations delivering food support, advice, youth provision, debt help and community cohesion in the most deprived parts of our city. Our third amendment, district heating networks. To get bills down last time, it took me supporting a resident-led campaign, raising awareness of an issue that had been overlooked for too long in Byker. Now we have bills down, £700 rebates to those households who are paying 40% more than the energy price cap. That's green community politics in action. There's a wider question of how do we decarbonise and modernise that network, but at the very least we need to keep prices down to at least the same level as the average household across the city. Surely we can commit that we can keep price rises down to the energy price cap, because if that rise is less than the Council's proposed 4.8%, as is still likely, despite the awful events in the Middle East, then we should reduce the price rise to that level. Councillor Sarah Peters will speak to the fourth amendment. Look, this process tonight is about our city. Our approach as Greens is about changing the way we do politics so that people from all backgrounds, especially those most unrepresented in politics, feel emboldened to come forward and represent their communities. It's the residents that have the power. They should have the power. And I know our proposals to keep wealth local, to support community groups and anti-poverty work, to get bills down and to raise housing standards is exactly what our residents are asking for. If we work together on this, we can show that we can be the collaborative grown-ups after all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartley. The Green amendments to be seconded by Councillor Peters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Reversing the impact of austerity requires 2 key principles: more equal distribution of wealth and smart investment, which keeps wealth local. As a South Jesmond councillor, much of my casework is to do with the impact of increasing density of houses of multiple occupancy and the impact of that on local infrastructure, which was never meant to support the number of people it currently does. In the Greens, we believe that landlordism is both a privilege and a deep responsibility. That is even more the case for HMOs, which are able to generate far more profit than lots of other residential rentals, and therefore should bear more responsibility. When we also consider HMO renters, these are often students and young professionals, people on low or no income, relying on family financial support. They are also often first-time renters or first-time renters in this city, and that lack of experience is something that we should be aiming to, at least in some way, make up for by support through regulation. This is about protecting both tenants and landlords. It is about setting the expectations for those newer renters, both about how we expect them to engage with the rental sector, but also how the expectations they should have of how they will be protected. So then, coming on to the funding that we would like to raise in order to build on the existing work of Council's public safety and regulation team, which is fantastic. Our first proposal is that the licence fee should be proportionate to the number of bedrooms of the house. We know that larger HMOs often have more impact on community infrastructure and therefore require more regulation, often resulting in the work of council officers. Secondly, we would propose moving to a 1, 2 and 5 year licence option with stricter eligibility criteria for longer licences. This would include incentivising good landlord behaviour, including where few or no complaints requiring council action have been required, that this would work in the favour of applying for longer licences. We would also reward ease of inspection of properties as well to ease the work of council officers in this regard. And finally, we would ask for increased discounts for A, B and C EPC ratings. This is about better insulating our homes, which are among the leakiest in Europe. This is about reducing the environmental impact of our homes, and it is also about reducing the energy bills that renters are forced to pay. All of the funding that we are proposing is increased will come from all of the funding for increased admin staff and council officers' work will be entirely provided for by the increase in the licence fee. As Councillor Kilgour said, over the last 15 years, we have had to endure around £400 million worth of cuts to our council budget. We've had efficiency savings on efficiency savings, which we're now having to further do, and we are still increasing our council tax. There are those making significant profits from our city's resources, and they should be helping to fund the council services which make their business possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peters. We now have a Labour amendment to Green Amendment 2, but I don't have it written down who's going to propose and second that. Moved and seconded. Oh, right. Okay, thank you very much. I'll now call on Councillor Mark Donnelly to move an amendment to be seconded by someone I don't know, by yourself. Thank you. Caught you off guard.
Yes, sorry, Lord Mayor. Thank you. We have heard this evening that we are all in it together. If that is to mean anything, then this amendment, the only proposal before us that directly affects every household in Newcastle, deserves serious consideration. Let me address the central issue directly. Our Section 151 officer has indicated he will advise against this amendment on the grounds of financial resilience. I respect the statutory role in the duty to ensure that the Council remains financially sound. But let us be clear about what is being proposed. This amendment does not dismantle our reserves. It does not take us into uncharted territory. It returns us to the original budget position prior to the late £2.9 million government settlement being received. Reserves would still be at £18.4 million. That level is not unprecedented. It is not outside the range of this Council has previously considered acceptable. The authority has operated at similar levels before without being deemed financially unviable or exposed to immediate risk. So this is not a question of legality. It is not a question of recklessness. It is a question of proportionality and judgment. Last year, when additional funding was received late in the process, the benefit was used to reduce the call on reserves, rather than ease the burden on our residents. Tonight, we are simply asking whether part of that flexibility should instead be shared with the people who ultimately fund this authority. Households across our city continue to face sustained pressure from energy costs, food prices, and mortgages. A reduction from 4.99% to 3.15% will not solve every challenge, but it is a meaningful signal that we understand those pressures our residents face. We often call for fairer funding from government, and rightly so. But when additional funding is secured, it is reasonable to ask whether some of the benefit should flow through to our residents. This amendment keeps reserves at a prudent level. It maintains financial stability, and it reduces the burden where we can reasonably consider tonight. Ultimately, setting the level of council tax is a political decision. Officers advise rightly on risk, but members must decide what level of risk is proportionate in the context of the pressures facing all our residents. Tonight, we have an opportunity to demonstrate that we can say we are all in it together, and that is meaningful. I urge members to support this amendment. And just on one last point, when we talk about financial stability of this authority, we haven't got to forget that this authority made decisions such as the Crown Plaza Hotel and such as Northern Rock Tower, Partnership House. How can we justify to any of our residents that we are making the right decisions when we have left them with such debt? This proposal ensures that all residents benefit, and that is our duty to look after the residents of this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. So second, was it Councillor Margaret Donnelly seconding? Is it just formally? Or you... Oh, sorry. It's Councillor Hunter. All right.
Lord Mayor, I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Donnelly's comments. As a caring council, having received the government settlement of 4.19 million, I consider that it's only right to pass this on to all residents by cutting tax increases from the proposed 4.99% to 3.15%. The council's reserves would not be affected and would remain at 18.4 million, which should be sufficient to be a buffer for the years ahead. I hope that we all stand together, regardless of party politics, and back the proposed amendments. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunter. Next amendment, a call on Councillor Tracy Mitchell to move, who will be seconded by Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So this amendment I propose was not brought as a criticism of the group examining elements of savings and transformation, and nor was it for the officers that are supporting it. For me, there was an important distinction between internal programme management, which is not the same as cross-party political ownership. We know we still, in years to come, will have to be requested to make more savings, whilst at the same time residents continue to see reliance on council tax increases as part of our financial strategy. In that context, broadening engagement beyond the executive is not duplication, it is strengthening governance. This task force does not replace existing structures, does not create additional spending, and it does not question the professionalism of officers. What it does is it brings members from across the chamber into a shared space to examine how savings are being delivered, the structural nature of those savings and the longer-term reliance on council tax income. If this work is already happening, then widening cooperation can only enhance transparency and public confidence. At a time when households are under enormous pressure, confidence matters. Council tax may be debated in percentages in this chamber, but it is paid in pounds and pence by residents who feel the effect year after year. We've all heard from residents who don't feel confident that every pound is being spent as effectively and as possibly before they're asked to pay more council tax. Whether that perception is fair or not, it exists, and it is a responsibility to respond to it, not dismiss it. And the best way to address it is through visible cross-party scrutiny. Our residents are being asked to contribute more each year, and they deserve absolute confidence that every efficiency is being pursued locally. But we know that savings on this scale year after year are not sustainable. And by strengthening scrutiny and working cross-party, we can put ourselves in the strongest possible position to say to government with credibility and unity that current funding model cannot continue. And that is not opposition politics, it is responsible shared cooperation. Transparency should never feel like a burden, and it should be the foundation of public confidence. I do think it would be a mistake to reduce legitimate questions about financial sustainability to party branding. This amendment is about governance, not national politics. I thank the Chamber for seeing this amendment as a chance to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Seconded by Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We all know that there are no easy savings. There's no pot of money hidden in a cupboard that is going to solve all of our problems. Councils are chronically underfunded thanks to 16 years of Tory cuts. I think we all know by now that the only thing that's Labour about this government is its name. By the way, Councillor Ferguson, austerity is a choice and continues to be a very bad one. But however bad our financial situation, we can make sure that we do the best with what we have. Residents have a right to expect that the council gets the best possible value out of their money and that is open about the choices that it makes. And that's why I'm seconding Councillor Mitchell's amendment. I don't agree with Councillor Kilgour's comments about this amendment. I think the amendment offers something a lot better than business as usual. It offers a fair and transparent way forward to help us improve budget planning and accountability. It puts power back where it should be, in the hands of residents, because knowledge is power, and sharing knowledge will share power. I formally second the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Byrne. I now call on Councillor Ferguson to move the Liberal Democrat amendment, to be seconded by Councillor Mark Mitchell. Oh, yes. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kingsland. Are you about to propose an amendment to an amendment?
At the back end of what I'm about to say, Lord Mayor, yes.
Is it? Right. Okay then. So you're proposing the Lib Dem amendments?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And then amending them.
Right. Thank you.
So bear with me. So, Lord Mayor, I want to move the Liberal Democrat amendments and then a wee bit of something else alongside it. Before I do, though, I just want to say that I find my comments last year eerily relevant to the conversation this evening, because then I said that the process we are required to follow to present these amendments cannot facilitate the full alternative vision, then I said of the Liberal Democrats, but I think it's fair to say of any party, and doesn't allow for the totality of the change that we might feel need to be made. I'm sure that others feel the same. So I just would like to implore all of us to make a commitment this evening, whatever the outcome of this debate, that next year, whoever of us is in this chamber will seek to deliver a different process that acknowledges the multi-party nature of what we're faced with and allows us, in a circumstance of no overall control, to try and seek genuine engagement and compromise. So I say that because that's why we felt compelled to present the preamble in our amendment. This council has substantial overspends in key areas that need to be addressed, and I know that the change programme is intended to address some of that, but I also fear that it will not address the totality of it. Our costed amendments for year one, respectfully, do not simply replicate what Labour are doing, because if they were, we couldn't and wouldn't bring them forward. No, these are material changes to key priorities for residents of the city that we talk to day in, day out. Roads and pavements repairs, accelerating new housing delivery, particularly social and affordable housing, tackling the scourge of fly tipping, and investing in our parks and allotments. Because on that last point, with respect, if the current plan did represent the totality of what is needed, then we wouldn't have wire fences boxing off damaged play equipment in well-loved and much-used play areas. Now, I acknowledge the Section 151 officer's comments on our fifth point in the costed amendments regarding revenue spending for parks and allotments. We were not aware of this advice in advance, and we take it on board. Therefore, as the Lord Mayor has hinted at, we will seek to remove it from our proposals procedurally by amending our amendment, leaving costed amendments for year one at 5, not 6. We also acknowledge that despite our intentions otherwise, the proposed preamble has been taken as an attempt to insert our manifesto into the budget. Therefore, we will seek to split our amendment in two, so that the preamble can be voted on separately to the remaining 5 costed amendments for year one. This is a gesture of goodwill in order to advance the conversations that we are having to deliver a legal, balanced budget. If Councillor Tracy Mitchell is amenable, we respectfully submit that we will further amend her proposal to include as priorities within the work of the task force the property portfolio, social care delivery, back office shared services, and any other structural reforms that may generate efficiencies and savings. This will therefore not be our amendment, but provides a mechanism to address our genuine and sincerely held concerns in a way that cannot be interpreted as an attempt to insert a manifesto from the Liberal Democrats into the budget. This is...
Yes, point of order.
My understanding is that we have to provide this in writing to everyone so that they can consider it.
Councillor Ferguson, yeah, we do have your proposed amendment to the amendment in written form, and when you're finished speaking, what we'll do, we'll have a slight pause where it's handed out to everyone in the chamber so everybody will know what it is that you're asking people to vote on.
Thank you for clarifying, Lord Mayor. This is my understanding of what we were being asked to do to attempt to find some common ground on these matters of shared concern. So, colleagues, we are attempting to be constructive. We are attempting to deliver a legal, balanced budget, cross-party, in collaboration, setting aside some of the enmities and conflicts that have often bedeviled this chamber, it is fair to say. It is for others to decide if they want to back them. We have indicated already that we are minded to support the Greens amendments and Councillor Mitchell's amendments, but regretfully, on the council tax amendment, we cannot back it.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Well, Councillor, what we'll do now, before we have a seconder, we'll adjourn while this document is handed out. I'll give you a couple of minutes to read it. And right, okay. Okay, right. Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was advised that. So we'll have an adjournment for 15 minutes. Okay? And just to let you know, this doesn't put back the guillotine. Okay, the guillotine will still fall at 9 o'clock. first time I've done that. Go on, get back to your seats. Can you all return to your seats, please? Right, thank you very much. I think the first thing I need to ask Councillor Ferguson is, when you proposed your amendments, did you also formally propose the amendments to the amendments?
I believe I did.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Well, can I call on Councillor Mark Mitchell? Are you seconding the Lib Dem amendments and the amendments to the amendments? Yes, and you're reserving the right. Okay. Right. We move on to the substantive debate now then. Yeah. So I'd remind members under Standing Order 17F, the budget proposal and amendments are subject to a single debate, and then each amendment will be voted on in turn. A number of members indicated they already wish to speak, 23. So I'll take these speakers one at a time, and then I'll ask other members to indicate if they want to speak. Finally, I will call on all members who've reserved the right to speak. Right. So, can I call on Councillor Lovett, please? And will Councillor Walker please stand by?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Am I on? Yes. Firstly, Councillor Kilgour, I feel like Kevin Keegan actually. I'd love you to come and have a look at Fordham Park. From May, there will be no children's play areas in Fordham and West Gloucester.
Come up quiet, please.
Is it not on? I'll go to the other one. Is that better? Yes.
Yeah.
Councillors, money is literally being poured down the drain by Labour policy. There's a clear lack of understanding about what's really needed to put things right. Labour are spending 3 to 7 times more on reacting to work than ensuring things are put right first time. And I believe they don't have a clear preventive strategy in place to manage things within budget. What do residents see every day? Listen to their concerns. I've looked at all your Facebook pages. Quick fixes that fail within weeks, damp and mould, unfinished repairs in our council houses, thousands of potholes and crumbling roads and pavements, dormant weeds about to grow out of our streets, overgrown hedges and shrubbery, uncontrolled fly tipping and graffiti, dog mess, failing traffic lights, litter and a rise in antisocial behaviour which you're trying desperately to manage with the Epic Hubs. And to note, I've seen so many Labour councillors patting themselves on their backs in the last few weeks because they've started to clean up their wards when they should have been doing it all year round. The Labour leadership has lost its way. It keeps throwing money after bad and thinks that decorating the city with £1.7 million investment in communities just prior to an election, when they should have been managing the city all round, might make a difference. Councillors, the Liberal Democrats know what is needed by this council. We know there are statutory services which we must provide, but the continuous throwing money away when really we need to implement effective systems and processes is just wasteful. The city needs change and the Liberal Democrats are ready. I support the Liberal Democrat amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can Councillor Ashby stand ready? Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Through consultation and the People's Budget, residents were clear. They want us to protect adults and children's social care, early years and education, as well as the services we all rely on every single day. They also understand that protecting those services requires hard choices, taken openly and responsibly. This budget does exactly that. It's balanced, deliverable, whilst honest about the constraints we face. Adult social care and public health are not marginal services. They're not optional extras. They are the foundations that allow people in this city to live with dignity, independence and security. And if they fail, the human cost is immediate and profound. We all know the pressures that adult social care is under. Demand is rising year on year, complexity is increasing, and costs are rising faster than inflation. Without a credible adult social care system, our city is held back. Hospitals back up, carers burn out, costs escalate. Preventable crises become inevitable emergencies, and those are always more expensive, both financially and morally. That is why I'm always concerned whenever savings proposals are framed as if adult social care can absorb just one more cut, one more efficiency, one more year of holding the line and hoping for something better to come. Lord Mayor, it is in that context that I want to address some of the amendments before Council this evening. I want to acknowledge that the Greens have engaged in a constructive and pragmatic way. Their approach has been about working with the reality of the financial position we are in, showcasing how opposition can be productive, even when there is sometimes disagreement. Whilst presented as ambitious or reform-minded, some of the others, I do not believe some of tonight's other amendments provide the clarity, reassurance or realism that is required. They propose significant structural change and the redirection of reserves, but they do so without sufficient detail about risk, deliverability, or the impact on already pressured statutory services. There's a great deal of language about how transformation and future savings, but far less about how vulnerable residents are protected during that transition. In adult social care, instability is not neutral, it is actively harmful. Reorganisations, uncertainty and short-term financial manoeuvres can disrupt care markets, workforce retention and continuity of support. These proposals don't give me confidence that these risks have been fully understood or mitigated. I'm also concerned about the reliance on reserves and future year assumptions. Reserves can be used responsibly, but they should not become a substitute for stable, sustainable approach to funding essential services, particularly those with rising and unpredictable demand. As we consider this budget and the amendments before us, the principles that should guide us are clear. Adult social care must be protected from short-term fixes that store up long-term harm. Any savings must come from genuine transformation, better integration and smarter commissioning, not from destabilising essential services. This is not an abstract debate. The decisions we take tonight will shape lives across the city, particularly for residents with the least resilience and the fewest alternatives. If we claim to be a council that believe in fairness, prevention and protecting the most vulnerable, then those values must be visible in this budget. Councillor Donnelly's amendment proposes a reduction in council tax that relies heavily on reserves and assumptions about settlements, but this risks storing up greater financial pressure in future years. I can only assume that Councillor Donnelly has access to some magic beans to fund council services in the years ahead. No one wants to increase council tax, but the financial landscape is clear. £400 million worth of cuts since 2010, with another £4.9 million worth of savings required next year to set a balanced budget. So yes, tonight's budget proposes the maximum 4.99%, because the alternative is cuts to frontline services, and adult social care is exactly where those cuts would land hardest. That is why we must be honest. A cheaper budget that undermines care and prevention is a false economy. Councillor Mitchell's amendment raises valid points about long-term financial resilience, and I broadly agree with establishing a further task force, but this does somewhat duplicate some of the work that's already underway. And if I may turn to the Liberal Democrat amendment for a moment, and I say this to members opposite, tonight's meeting is about setting the budget for the upcoming year, setting a responsible, balanced, lawful budget, not preparing an election address. They talk as though amendments can simply be added to a budget without trade-offs. They can't. Every pound spent has to come from somewhere. And when that is not spelled out honestly, it is not being paid for by political rhetoric. It's being paid for by services, staff or future cuts. In a budget already under extreme pressure, these amendments would introduce instability, risk and confusion. They would make the job of delivering this budget harder, not easier, and they would do so without taking responsibility for the consequences. It's easy to oppose, it's easy to promise everything. What is hard and what matters is taking responsibility for delivery. Lord Mayor, this council does not need fancy budgets or a list of promises without responsibility, commitments without consequences and spending decisions without credible funding. It needs decisions that, although difficult, put our residents first. That's why I'll be voting for the budget and in favour of a council that governs seriously rather than postures, and I urge colleagues across the chamber to do so too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walker. Can Councillor Iram Ali please stand ready? Councillor Ashby, please.
Is this one working, Lord Mayor? Or do I need to go there?
Move it closer to you.
It's okay, is it? Right. Okay. Lord Mayor, budgets are about financial choices, but they're also about culture, about how we govern, how we listen, and what sort of city we're building for the next generation. I welcome the fact the Council is experimenting with AI. Some staff are already using these tools for improving efficiency. They're developing practical capability and, importantly, real understanding of how AI should be used in a local government context. That matters. The issue is not simply what AI can do, but what it ought to do safely and responsibly. I was encouraged by the recent internal seminar on governance and oversight. Strong governance is essential. AI must be transparent, ethical and accountable. My concern, however, is the level of spending on external consultants, something for which those across the aisle berated us in the past. Many years ago, I was an external consultant myself. I listened carefully to supervisors and frontline staff, often people whose ideas had not travelled upwards, and then present those same ideas back to senior management. Suddenly, because they were in a consultant's report, they were believed and heard. We have talent in this organisation. We have officers who understand our systems and our communities. Before we reach for expensive external advice, let us ensure that we are drawing fully on the expertise we already employ and empowering our 200 staff and more who are building genuine in-house knowledge of AI. Turning from digital infrastructure to living infrastructure, trees. The trees we plant today are the legacy for 20 or 30 years hence. In my own ward, we have seen welcome planting and we're keen to see more. Trees provide shade, absorb carbon, support biodiversity, and make neighbourhoods feel cared for. They're a visible statement that we believe in the future of our city. But planting must be matched by preventative maintenance. We've suffered when inspections have been delayed and disease left unchecked. Mature trees, valued landmarks and home markers have been felled suddenly and at significant cost. Regular inspection and early intervention are far cheaper than such emergency actions. That same preventative mindset applies to neighbourhood services. When neighbourhood teams were abolished, something practical was lost. In Parklands, our team was led by Peter, and what a difference that made, not just for the work done, but the local knowledge. They knew their patch, they dealt quickly with the small irritations. They loose slab, a broken sign, and made a minor fly tip before it escalated. Those small issues are not small to residents. They shape how people feel about where they live. Reinstated, properly resourced neighbourhood teams would not simply tidy streets, they would renew confidence that the council still cares. Fly tipping remains one of the issues that most frustrate residents. It makes areas look neglected and costs the council to clear. I'd like to see a focused fly tipping hit squad funded through modest efficiencies, combining enforcement and rapid response. The financial burden should fall on those who dump waste and not on council taxpayers. On highways, we now find that prudential borrowing can indeed be used to address potholes and pavements. For years, as Councillor Ferguson described, we were told it could not be done. Now it can. Residents will welcome the repairs, but it does invite reflection that not invented here is alive and kicking. Finally, communications. Consultation must be meaningful. It must involve a genuine willingness to change course where residents raise valid concerns. Too often, consultation risks becoming a communications exercise, telling people what's already been decided will happen to them. This erodes the trust essential for change by consensus. Residents still wait far too long for phone calls to be answered. Backlogs remain. That everyday interaction between citizens and council is not secondary, it's fundamental, especially for the digitally deprived. So yes, let us innovate, let us plant for the future, let us maintain what we value, let us enforce where necessary. And remember, good governance is not about announcing decisions to grab headlines, it's about making them together consistently, responsively, and with an open mind for all our futures. I wish returning colleagues the best of luck from May onwards.
Thank you very much.
I support the motion.
Thank you. Can Councillor Taylor please stand by? Councillor Iramali, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Good evening, everyone. This budget is about one thing above all else: protecting services and the neighbourhoods that hold this city together. As Cabinet Member for Communities, I am proud to speak in support of this budget. It backs our residents, invests in our places, and strengthens the fabric of community life across Newcastle. Communities aren't an add-on for us. They are the heart of our city, and they shape our everyday lives. We all know the pressures facing local government after 14 years of austerity and rising demand. But this budget sends a clear message. We will not balance the books by cutting the services our most vulnerable residents rely on. Instead, we will protect our neighbourhood services, our community safety work, our support for families, older residents and young people. These are the services people see and feel every day, and we will not allow them to be hollowed out. Over the past year, we've taken major steps to bring the voices of residents into the centre of our work. Through Newcastle's Big Conversation, thousands of people are already shaping the future of their neighbourhoods. I am incredibly proud of major programmes Cabinet has brought forward this year, which place communities at the heart. The place-shaping strategy, building communities, not just houses. This is our bold 10-year plan to address the pressures in our housing system and build new, connected, sustainable and thriving communities. It sets out plans for 15,000 homes over the next decade, but crucially, this is more than a housing plan. It sets out plans for resilient, cohesive and connected communities. Cabinet has also approved our Newcastle homelessness and rough sleeping strategy for 2025 to 2030, our roadmap to ending homelessness in Newcastle that ensures we provide services closer to our communities. Pride in Place, with over £20 million investment in Elsick and Walker, is one of the most significant community investments in a generation. This is now underway. This is a community-led programme where residents will shape their local plans, supported by new neighbourhood boards, which will guide regeneration over the next decade. Council officers are already working with community organisations to prepare these plans ahead of government funding arriving next year. And alongside the long-term programme, we have secured £1.5 million in Pride in Place impact funding. Our EPIC teams have been forging positive new connections across our communities and helping to restore pride in our neighbourhoods by cleaning up back lanes and removing fly tipping, delivering family fun days and tackling antisocial behaviour. The success of their hard work and dedication has also received national recognition, with EPIC shortlisted for the Community Involvement category for the LGC Awards. This shows the meaningful and impactful ways we are engaging and listening to communities to help shape the Council's thinking and make a positive difference in our neighbourhoods. As part of our ongoing commitment to support our veterans, we have to date delivered 2 breakfast meetings across the city, which are focused on supporting veterans to access housing and promotion of welfare rights support. This is a budget that prepares Newcastle for the future and brings our communities with us every step of the way. I fully support the budget, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rowley. Can Councillor Samad please stand ready? Councillor Taylor.
Lord Mayor, I now have the dubious honour of being the longest-serving member of this council, so I've seen many annual budgets over the last 30-plus years. But I can't remember a budget with so little detail, except the need to make savings of £37 million over the next 3 years. For years we were told if we only had a Labour government, all would be well. But yet again we have a funding formula from government that fails to adequately reflect the increased cost of service provision linked to deprivation, and yet again an ongoing need for further large savings. To me, this year's budget is just a wish list of vague hopes and unsubstantiated aspirations. There is nothing about tackling the increasing demand for adult social care, nothing about making sure those needing support and care have a better experience and a help to lead the lives they want to lead, nothing about better support for our vital unpaid carers, nothing about better integration with the NHS, in spite of disagreements about funding being a major cause of our current adult social care deficit. Nothing about talking to our local government neighbours to consider shared services, something we have called for every year since 2018 and which could save us huge amounts of money through economy of scale and reduced duplication. And nothing about more support for the voluntary sector, another group who have come under such strain over the last 3 years. We rely so much on the excellent work done by charities and voluntary and community groups in our city, and I believe a lot more could be done by the Council working in partnership with the sector to facilitate joint working on common aims and helping the sector to obtain funding. They are a vital partner in improving the lives of Newcastle residents. The Liberal Democrat amendments are well thought out and are based on the top priorities of our residents, and I don't believe for a minute that any of them would pose a risk to adult social care. The Change and Innovation programme proposed by Labour Group may lead to savings, but we need more information. For example, do we really need to ask consultants about the use of AI and technology to support people we care for to live in their own homes? This is something other councils are already doing, and I am sure our excellent adult social care team know perfectly well what needs to be done. Lord Mayor, I know it's been a common topic this evening, but I'd like to talk about a particular aspect of our amendment, the need to accelerate work to tackle our crumbling roads and pavements. We know that the condition of our roads and pavements is a major concern for our residents, and that there can be serious health consequences for a frail, elderly or disabled resident if they trip or fall due to potholes or uneven pavements. And cyclists can be seriously injured if a pothole causes a fall. When the Liberal Democrats ran the council, we invested an extra £16 million for road and pavement repairs across the city through prudential borrowing. That would be equivalent to about £25 million today. And for at least 8 years, we have been calling on Labour councillors to make a similar capital investment to deal with a massive backlog of repairs. In 2018, we talked about the appalling state of our roads and pavements and the huge number of unrepaired potholes. In 2021, during Pothole Watch Week, we talked about how cycling groups were calling attention to the sorry state of our many streets and the risks that potholes pose to cyclists. Labour councillors say they want to encourage people to cycle, but there's not much incentive when so many of our residential streets are in such a shocking state. I asked then for streets to be resurfaced rather than just filling in potholes, but the request was ignored. So what has happened is that repaired potholes break down within a few months and have to be done again. This is an appalling waste of money. In January 2022, we proposed a motion on roads and pavements. At that time, Newcastle had a maintenance backlog of £184 million. 75 million for roads and 109 million for footpaths, and over 200 streets in Newcastle had more than 80% of the length needing treatment. The situation now must be far worse. Of course, we're delighted that Labour councillors have at long last agreed with us about the need for investing in roads and pavements and the need to resurface more streets. But after so many years of Labour neglect, I'm afraid 50 million over 10 years will only deal with a fraction of what is needed. We need to accelerate the work to address the underinvestment since 2012 with the aim of making roads and pavements safe for pedestrians, cyclists and motorists, and to make a major improvement to our local neighbourhoods. I urge the Council to support our amendments.
Thank you very much. Can Councillor Stone please stand ready? Councillor Samad, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to begin by speaking about the cultural life of our city and how it sits within the medium-term financial plan before us. We have talked tonight about the financial pressures we face, and they are real, but I also want to recognise the work that culture has delivered for communities across Newcastle this year, the activity in our neighbourhoods, in our libraries, and in our parks and high streets. This is the work that builds unity, confidence and belonging, and it reflects our commitment to being a city of compassion and inclusion. Across the city, cultural activity has continued to bring people together. Events like the Newcastle Miller, community festivals in our wards, and neighbourhood celebrations have created spaces where families can come together without cost barriers, where our diversity is celebrated openly, and where small businesses have benefited from increased footfall. Our libraries have continued to play a crucial role too, not just as places to borrow books, but as trusted community spaces that support learning, well-being and connection. One of the achievements that I'm most proud of is the start of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library in Newcastle. In its first year alone, more than 1,500 children have begun receiving a free book every month, with almost 5,000 books already delivered into homes across the city. This is a universal, practical offer that supports school readiness, language development and confidence at a crucial early stage. Delivered through libraries and supported by early years partners, it helps families feel included and supported, and it is exactly the kind of long-term preventative investment that strengthens outcomes for children long before they reach the school gates. All of this sits alongside the major moments we have hosted, moments that have shown clearly and confidently that Newcastle can stand on a national stage while ensuring the benefits reach our residents. Last autumn, we hosted the Mercury Prize for the first time. The ceremony drew national attention, but it was activity around it that made it the biggest difference locally. Almost 8,000 visitors travelled into the region for the Mercury events. The programme generated more than £1.4 million for the regional economy and saw over £874,000 in visitor spending. More than 8,000 people took part in the Fringe programme. 68 children joined Mini Mercury and 35 residents gained work experience. It was a clear demonstration that Newcastle can host a major national event, bring economic benefit into the city, and at the same time create meaningful opportunities for our young people. Earlier in the year, the Mobile Awards and Fringe Festival brought similar success. More than 8,000 visitors came into Newcastle for activity around the awards, with around £1.3 million in economic and social benefit reported. Importantly, the legacy work was substantial. 55 young people received industry experience. 1,200 pupils took part directly in the programme, and a further 2,000 engaged through workshops in schools. These events have opened doors that otherwise may never have been opened, giving young people in Newcastle their first steps into creative industries. Looking forward, we have more to build on. Through regional investment, our Wonders of Winter programme forms part of the North East Early Events programme for 25-26, and we also have major cultural infrastructure on the horizon. With £5 million secured for the new Culture Centre of Writing in the city centre, this will strengthen our creative economy and provide new pathways for residents interested in writing, publishing, and the wider cultural sector. This brings me directly to the budget. Despite cost pressures, culture is not facing reductions. In fact, the museum's Arts and Culture Service budget increases slightly from £1.785 million to £1.802 million. This is a deliberate and considered decision within the medium-term financial plan. It reflects the Council's recognition that culture contributes to well-being, inclusion, community resilience, and local economic activity. By maintaining our cultural capacity, we protect the partnerships, the delivery infrastructure, and the coordination that sit behind all of the work I have described. The increase in the revenue support grant, raising to £98.1 million, gives us greater stability to plan for the years ahead. And by taking responsible decisions on council tax and the other social care precept, we avoid deeper reductions that would otherwise fall on services residents value and rely on, culture among them. Before concluding, Lord Mayor, I want to place on record my thanks to the officers, teams, cultural partners, volunteers, and community groups who deliver this work across the city. Their commitment and creativity are what make these achievements possible, and I genuinely am grateful for everything they have done. Culture has played an important role in Newcastle's story over the past year. This budget ensures that we continue that work in a way that benefits communities, supports local businesses, and creates opportunities for young people across our city. It helps us build a Newcastle that is united, confident, and inspired by the creativity of its people. For those reasons, Lord Mayor, I support this plan and encourage our colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. Can Councillor Powers please stand ready? Councillor Stone, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My budget speeches, at least since the one since 2012, have often included a comment about the growing disconnect between the increasing burden on council taxpayers and the decreasing level of services offered in return. This year is no exception. There is a 4.99% rise on the table, with further reduction in the services received and a lack of clarity about how those service reductions will be delivered in coming years, but I have no doubt that they will be. There is a consensus that the current system of council tax and the current system of local government funding is broken, but little sign that this is meaningfully changing. There is a disconnect between what the public tell us are their priorities and what the council is doing about it. Many of us will be acutely aware of resident dissatisfaction on potholes and pavement repairs, on the lack of maintenance of the city's parks and play areas, the length of time it takes to deliver council housing repairs. So I'm glad there are budget amendments being proposed this evening to tackle these priorities, and I hope the council will support them this evening. It is a timely signal to the public that another way is possible and a more responsive council is possible. I have a number of concerns about financial transparency which I believe are appropriate to raise at the council's budget meeting. As a member of audit, I know the external auditors have recently raised concern about their ability to obtain the information to allow them to do their job. Now, I'm happy to accept the council may have some concerns about the methodology and performance of the external auditors, but I do think that some of the external auditors' concerns are valid, and I hope that the council leadership will take them seriously and respond to them in a candid and constructive way. I have spoken in this chamber recently on the matter of the council's significant accumulation of Section 106 funds. I see this week that Newcastle's £9 million of unspent affordable housing contributions is one of the highest in the country and certainly one of the highest outside central London. I spoke at a scrutiny call-in a few months ago about the council's confidence it can discharge all its CIL commitments. At the same time, it's seeking to use CIL funding to shore up the shaky position of the Outer West Leisure Centre project. As a member of audit, I've asked about the robustness of the council's internal audit arrangements and its ability to counter fraud. I note concerns about the length of time it took to detect and prevent long-term fraud by one council team are now being acted on, which has not given the council renewed public confidence on its financial control. Too often in the last year, the council's control of its finances has been brought to the public's attention, but without necessarily with transparency and candour on the part of the council leadership and communications channels. I'm thinking particularly of the Crown Plaza and the ongoing lack of a plan for the city's parks following the insolvency of Urban Green, but I might also cite major contracts awarded to consultants on transformation which have not been publicly reported. There are concerns also about how the council is being transparent about smaller financial decisions. I might particularly cite in my ward the decision to close the cafe at Paddy Freeman's Park, which I'm told is making a loss of £19,000 due to the council's own pay policies. I have asked about the transparency of the council's plans for spending the pot of money from the ADZ, the development zone. I think at the annual meeting of council we might expect to know how much money is recently allocated from this source to hurt a certain high-profile event which Councillor Samad and Councillor Kilgour have mentioned, but which I shall not name, but which I believe to have involved a commitment of very close to £1 million of council funds, of which 3/4 is being spent on royalty fees. Now, I get it's a commercially confidential matter, but too often the council is making big decisions and big announcements about public money which is not being adequately reported, even to councillors. The same could also be said of the £1.7 million war chest the council has been using in recent months on a pre-election public PR drive. We are told only that it's come from a one-off windfall, possibly from an asset sale, but we are still yet to be told what and about how that pot of money is being allocated to local improvements. Now, I could suggest the Coast Road roundabout and particularly the graffiti and particularly the tree growing out of it, which I've raised with the council, asking to be removed, but it seems not to be being acted upon. Now, the air of mystery also extends to the council's property portfolio, which we have heard is not in a healthy position, and which I am glad my colleague Councillor Ferguson is asking to be included in the review that Councillor Tracy Mitchell is looking to bring forward. Several senior officers have departed the authority in the last year, including the former head of property, but the circumstances have been rather opaque. A bare minimum of required information has been disclosed in the council's annual accounts, but the total bill to the taxpayer may well run into hundreds of thousands of pounds. The legal department has seen significant outlay in the last year, going well below its budget. We've paid out a lot of money to an external law firm to carry out a standards investigation, which the final report has now been made public to members. Members are also waiting for the council to publish the findings of the independent inquiry into recent events. I think it will be in the public interest for the public to know those findings and the recommendations for improvement before the forthcoming elections and not after them. Lord Mayor, I suggest to the council and the council taxpayers that the day of reckoning is approaching. I hope the voters of the city carefully consider the recent record of the council and carefully considers which councillors have sought to hold the leadership to account and speak up in the interests of the public and the taxpayer and which haven't. There's an opportunity tonight to vote for amendments which give the people of the city confidence that there are some councillors who are concerned about them and their priorities and not the priorities of the council administration and leadership. I urge Council to support the Lib Dem amendments for a better deal for the future of our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stone. I see Councillor Christy Morrissey isn't here. Can Councillor Ellis please stand ready? Councillor Powers.
Lord Mayor, colleagues, comrades, this budget is one of the most significant this council has brought forward in recent years. It aims to protect services our residents rely on while beginning a new round of transformation needed to make this council more sustainable for the future. But we cannot discuss this budget now without acknowledging the reality of local government. The reality the local government continues to face. Since 2010, this council has absorbed around £400 million in cuts. That equates to £2,750 per household. Nearly double the council tax for a band-aid home. In other words, residents have seen funding cut for services by almost twice what some pay in council tax, while demand for services continue to grow and costs continue to rise. For years, councils have been asked to do more for less. Tonight's budget is finally beginning to stabilise that position. Thanks to a 3-year funding settlement from a Labour government, we now have the opportunity to plan beyond the next financial cliff. It allows us to focus not just on survival, but on transformation, building a council that is leaner, more efficient and easier for residents to access. This budget invests in our neighbourhoods and ensures funding keeps pace with pressures in social care and children's services. It provides council tax relief for veterans, the terminally ill and those living in poverty. It continues to support a cultural sector that brings jobs and investment and pride in our city. But we must be honest with residents. Even when changes announced by government, the financial legacy of austerity remains. The proposal to increase council tax by 4.99% is not a decision anybody welcomes, but the alternative will be deeper cuts to frontline services that people depend on every day. In that context, this budget represents a responsible choice, protecting services, investing in our neighbourhoods, beginning the work to modernise how this council operates. Colleagues, this will be my final contribution to a budget debate, as I will not be standing in May, so I want to take some time to reflect on my time. In that time, I've met thousands of residents, and the truth is, despite the occasional difficult encounter, the vast majority of people in this city are thoughtful, generous, and community-spirited. For me, whether it's been helping someone through a difficult moment in life, supporting a household in need, or working alongside community groups determined to improve those areas, those moments are what public service is really about. I recently stepped down after 14 years of the trustee chair for the Eastbourne Community Centre, and I could not be prouder of what that organisation continues to achieve. Despite the difficulties it faces, it thrives with less council support. It is delivering more services and support to a community than ever before. It shows what can be achieved when people work together with a shared purpose. Over those years, I've seen the best of this council. I've seen members from all parties come together in moments of real challenge, responding to crises and natural disasters, confronting the reality of sexual exploitation of young girls, and standing together to champion a city that is compassionate and welcoming. But I have also seen the worst in politics in this chamber in my years. Too often we've seen behaviour that falls short of what the public expect from those in public office. Childish personal digs. People who claim to champion inclusion but abandon those principles when it becomes inconvenient to them. Lies told about colleagues, about their employment, about their conduct, and even about their mental health. I've witnessed anonymous campaigns of sexism and hate online. Members quick to condemn one form of discrimination but engage in another. Sometimes bullying behaviour, and we even had a case of stalking. In recent years, we lost 2 former members of this council to suicide. Yet we've never properly reflected on whether or not the culture in this place played a role. One of those colleagues, Ian, was a close friend of mine. He spoke often about the bullying experienced and witnessed, both within his own party and from opposition parties during his short time as a councillor. That reflection is something I would have welcomed after my own battles with mental health and suicide. We regularly bring motions to this chamber demanding better from society in how we treat people. Perhaps first we should demand that from every single person in this room. Despite those challenges, I leave this chamber proud of the work we've done, proud of the residents we've helped, the communities we've supported, and the city we've all served. Public service matters, local democracy matters, And Newcastle deserves representatives who work hard, listen carefully and treat each other with respect. To colleagues across this whole chamber, to the office who support the council and most importantly to the residents of this city, I thank you for all the good that you do. It's been an honour to serve, and if there's one lesson from 14 years in this chamber has taught me, is this: politics at its worst divides people. Public service at its best brings them together. For 14 years, I've tried to embrace the latter. And whatever happens in this chamber after tonight, I hope we never forget that the people of this city deserve nothing less.
Thank you, Councillor Powers, for a very moving speech there. Can Councillor Kane please stand ready? Councillor Ellis, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, there is no doubt about the harmful effects austerity has had. The Marmot Review found that in the UK, 148,000 excess deaths were directly linked to austerity measures and noted the profound effects it has had on health equities and life expectancy between the least and most deprived areas. As a council, we have been acutely aware of this, and we have continually found ways to provide for our city, while other councils struggled and sadly, in some cases, failed to deliver. In Newcastle, year-on-year efficiencies and savings have been found, services adapted and creative solutions put in place. So, after 14 years of austerity and £400 million worth of cuts since 2010, to have this transformational budget in front of us is an immense achievement, made possible by the government's 3-year funding settlement and the tireless work of council officers. We all know that when money is tight, immediate needs become most pressing. But what we need to look to, we always need to look to and plan for the future, which is what this budget does. A proposed £50 million of much-needed new investment in our roads and footpaths. We know how much that will mean to the people of Newcastle because we've asked them, they tell us, and we listen, and now we will be able to not only repair as needed, but to do the work for the long-term improvement and make our thoroughfares safer, cleaner, and more accessible for many years to come. The impact of the universal provision of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library cannot be overestimated, investing in our children's future success. It's a seemingly simple idea, but reading creates a sense of belonging and connection, especially with children from disadvantaged backgrounds. And as children grow, it is they that shape our future. To invest in Newcastle's children having a better start in life is to invest in Newcastle. People are at the heart of our city, and ensuring that the services this council enters into contracts with pay the real living wage to their workers mean more local people get a decent rate of pay, enabling them to thrive and live with dignity. Investment in council housing ensures our tenants have homes they can live in happily and healthily and in communities that work well. Thorough work has gone into speaking with our tenants, with the council's Getting to Know You scheme, where we went out to talk with people in their homes about what matters to them. And the full stock survey is well underway. We know what's needed. We've found what's needed. We've spoken to the people. And we are finding ways to deliver it. And continued investment in cultural events such as the Mercury Prize and Moboats, which not only raise Newcastle's profile, but creates jobs and millions of pounds of economic growth. Yes, we have to think creatively about how to help Newcastle prosper in hard times, and we have proved time and time again this is where our strength lies. We are acutely aware of the disparity of social deprivation across our city, the effects of austerity and the cost of living crisis and the challenges that brings. This budget seeks to address that by not only dealing with the immediate pressures, but by looking to the future, investing in our children and adults, our housing and our communities. This is a council that can and does innovate and adapt, continually looks at ways to make savings without compromising services, a council that invests in the well-being of the people of Newcastle. I urge colleagues to support this innovative and sustainable budget. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ellis. Can Councillor Barry Stanners please stand ready? Councillor Kane, please.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Both the budget presented by the administration and Councillor Mitchell's amendment rely a lot on transformation, and I would just like to say transformation can be done well and it can be done badly. Back when the Lib Dems ran the council in those wonderful years, Councillor Peter Allen, who I don't think's here just at the minute, led a project on disabled aids, sort of handles by doors to help elderly people stay in their homes. And the result of that project was to cut the time taken between somebody applying for one of those measures and receiving it from 2 years that we inherited down to 8 weeks. So that's a vast improvement in services that saved a huge amount of money. So we'd like to see more of that. But it can be done badly, most notably the debacle that was Urban Green. And that was meant to be a transformational project. And unfortunately, our predictions before the Trust was launched, and I read them out here, the draft business plan developed for the Trust is based on many dubious assumptions and unrealistic financial projections. None of the income opportunities identified in the business plan actually require the formation of a trust, and the other councils who have considered the Parks Trust model have abandoned the idea. Unfortunately, we were ignored and a disaster unfolded. So could we have more of the former and less of the latter type of transformation, please? On the proposals, I am very worried about reliance on AI. You know, there's environmental impacts, but also people assume that AI tells you the truth. It doesn't. I coded a recurrent neural network back in 1993, and it was primitive compared to what's done today, but it's based on the same principles, and it's a black box. We say we train it, but it trains itself. It decides how it makes decisions, and there's no traceability through it. And reports in the press that simple AI have been, when I say simple, I mean commercial AI, have been hallucinating suicide ideation in young people when social workers are interviewing young people is terrifying. Now, fortunately, in those cases, there was enough human intervention in order to make sure that the wrong decisions were not made. You know, it could end in tragedy. So it's really urging council that if we go down this route, that we make sure that human beings remain part of the process. And the last thing I'd like to say is something nobody's commented on as yet, maybe just in passing, which is the first comment from the Chief Finance Officer in the paper we are provided. Since Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's attack on Iran, the gas price and the oil price have started to surge. We don't know yet whether they will hit the levels of volatility that we saw at the start of the Ukrainian invasion, but it's very possible. Of course, the remedy for all this is to continue and possibly accelerate our move away from reliance on fossil fuels, because nobody can fire missiles at sunbeams or the wind. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kane. Can Councillor Coles please stand ready? Councillor Barry Stanners.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I would just like to say I've been listening to all the contributions this evening, and quite a few times this evening, members opposite have spoke about how wonderful everything was when the Lib Dems ran the council. Unfortunately, you got into government and you created austerity, and we're having to pick up the mess. So it must be lovely to govern with all that additional money, but never mind. I must say it's really disappointing as well, but not surprising, to hear so many colleagues on the opposite side of this chamber use today's debate, such an important, arguably the most important debate of the year, for party political broadcast purposes. Some colleagues opposite are more interested in getting sound clips for their social media and a headline in the Chronicle, and I think that's a very, very bad use of this debate when it is so important. The city deserves better. Tonight, members across the chamber have an opportunity to back this budget. It's the most transformative budget that this council's seen in more than a decade. Residents often let us councillors know that they want the council to be more efficient, they want us to be easier to reach, and they want us to be focused on what matters most to them. They want cleaner neighbourhoods, quicker services, and stronger support for those who need it most. This budget delivers exactly that. And this is only possible because of the 3-year funding settlement that we've received from this Labour government. The settlement gives us a platform to modernise how we work. It guarantees that funding for 3 years. It safeguards frontline services, and it builds a council that's fit for the future. In this budget, we're committing 50 million to repair our roads and footpaths, something which members opposite have spoke quite a bit about, but haven't acknowledged really that part of the budget. This means fewer potholes, safer journeys, and cleaner, better maintained streets. Residents have asked for this repeatedly, and we have delivered. We're ensuring that the organisations we contract with pay the real living wage, because fair pay is not just good for workers, it's good for our city, it's good for our economy, and for the quality of the services that people receive. And we're continuing to invest, as colleagues have pointed out earlier, in our cultural sector, one of Newcastle's greatest strengths. It's a sector that has already brought the Mercury Prize and the Mobos to our city. Culture is not a luxury, it's part of who we are in Newcastle and who we are as a city, and it is a driver of opportunity to many. Lord Mayor, I just want to finish by saying this budget shows that members on this side are proud of Newcastle, and members on this side are delivering for Newcastle. I would encourage all colleagues to vote for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can Councillor Patterson please stand ready? Councillor Coles, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the Greens for bringing our HMO motion back to the Chamber. It's timely, because we've spoken a lot tonight about what the Council can and can't do, but we haven't really touched on what the Council won't do. It's true that since the motion was agreed, not much appears to have taken place. The licensing team doesn't appear to have much more budget to ensure they can carry out their jobs to the fullest extent possible. This was agreed in September, and the standards of HMOs have not risen. It's particularly crucial when we know that a lot of those residents in those properties also don't pay council tax. That's unfair on those residents, it's unfair on their neighbours, it's unfair on good landlords. And the city is let down by this inaction. So why has nothing happened? It could have been mentioned in the original budget because it was agreed in September. It wasn't. It could have been reviewed in the context of the budget. It wasn't. So on top of stuff about can and can't, let's stop mucking about and implement what's been agreed already. So let's support those amendments, let's support our amendments, and let's question the budget for what it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can Councillor Huddart please stand ready? Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would just like to mention Councillor Powers. I believe Councillor Powers reflects what a councillor is all about, and I wish him well for the future. Now, when we have a lot of speakers, it becomes ever decreasing circles. and most of the things that's been said, I have in my speech. So I'll make it short and sweet. This is the most transformative budget in more than a decade, and it will safeguard frontline services and modernise how we operate as a council. Swiftly moving on. Lord Mayor, what we need is a grown-up conversation, a decision on passing this budget for the benefit of the residents of Newcastle. As councillors, we have a legal responsibility and a moral responsibility to do the right thing. We cannot adopt the metaphor an elephant in the room, ignore a major obvious problem or controversial issue that everyone is aware of but avoids. The present situation, usually because it is uncomfortable, embarrassing or dangerous. It represents a taboo or an ignored topic that is impossible to overlook, but is often left unaddressed, allowing to potentially worsen. We don't have a magic wand, but I'm asking people here, councillors, to implore them to accept the budget forthwith. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Can Councillor Sathian please stand ready? Councillor Huddard, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not particularly numerate, so I don't understand lots of the budget. Someone has to explain it to me. But I am reading some of the numbers here, and I don't understand them. And this is particularly related to Annex 7, Housing Revenue Account, which says there's 19.6 million for new build and acquisitions. However, 3 million of that is going for acquisitions, leaving a further 16 million. So my question is, what are you planning to build new for the 16 million? Or what kind of repairs will you get for 16 million? I'd like to know, because I think the residents of this city would also like to know, given the size of the housing waiting list. Council Kilgour has mentioned recently that they are going to provide another 15,000 new council houses over the next 10 years. That's 1,500 per annum, which will be a real welcome on the miserable amount of council houses you're building currently. Is this what the 16 million is going to be spent on? Or are you going to do something about Section 106 monies which are sitting hidden away, as the CIL money can also be spent on housing? I'd like to mention again the size of the waiting list and the number of houses we actually need to refurbish and build to cope with those numbers. And there are over 1,000 households waiting. How many houses will this 3 million for acquisitions build? We'll be lucky to get 15 out of that. Also, where will the money for the 15,000 council houses per annum come from? There's no mention of this. How do we borrow that money? Or do we, do you print it in the basement? I am concerned also that those of us who serve on planning are asked currently to vote on issues. The Council has a policy, CS9, which seeks to maintain a range of housing types sizes and improve facilities for the local environment, for communities to be attractive and sustainable, and must offer good quality homes in terms of type, sizes, tenures, etc., etc. But if you come to a planning committee, you will be asked to support measures which actually contradict the Council's policy CS9 by off-siting any social housing from desirable areas like the Great Park, to the numbers of having 1 in 100 social houses compared to the private sector. I don't think this does our residents any good. I think it's an insult to them. And I'd like to finish off by talking about the current situation of only allowing a handful of social properties by off-siting them. They can go to Elsick or they can go to Walker, but they can't go in the Great Park. They don't want social housing in amongst the large houses that we have now with double garages, etc. And the number of people who are on our housing waiting list, we would need to build how many houses to cope with that amount of people waiting? It is scandalous. At present, those people on Band C will wait at least 10 years to be rehoused. And these numbers that we've been given are actually smoke and mirrors. Our residents deserve much better than what is being offered by this budget. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Huddart. Can Councillor Peter Allen please stand ready? Councillor Sathian, please. Yes? Oh, it's that time, is it?
I move to suspend the standing order in relation to the guillotine so that it falls at 9:30 instead of 9 o'clock, given that we're still in the middle of the budget debate and given how critical it is to the residents of this city. I think it's only fair that we hear the end of the debate in full.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Is that agreed? No? Okay, we'll move to the vote then. Right, is everybody who can vote electronically voted? Yeah. Yes? But yeah, I'll come to that, don't worry, Councillor Lambert. Right, those of you who couldn't vote electronically and wish to vote yes, can you please show now? Okay, thank you. You got that, sorry? Yes? No. Those of you who couldn't vote electronically and wish to vote no, please show. Anybody, have you got that? Yes? Yeah. Anybody who couldn't vote and wishes to abstain, please show. Okay. Right, so that's 32 for the suspension of the guillotine and 33 against. Right. Where am I? Councillor Sathian.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Tonight's budget is one that responds directly to what residents have been telling us. They want a council that gets the basics right. They want cleaner neighborhoods, faster services, and more than anything, roads and pavements that are safe, reliable, and fit for the future. That's why the 50 million investment in our highways contained in this budget is not just welcome, it is essential. It's one of the clearest ways we are listening to the residents and acting on what matters most to them. This investment is designed to complement the existing highways maintenance funding already in place. As I mentioned in my earlier response, like councils across the country, Newcastle has seen a rapid deterioration in road conditions in recent years. Years of national funding reduction combined with increasingly severe and unpredictable weather have taken their toll. Since Christmas, prolonged heavy rainfall has accelerated damage dramatically, leading to a sharp rise in potholes and surface failures. These are not just inconvenience, they are genuine safety risks for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. To deal with the immediate issue, we have taken a swift and decisive action. We have quadrupled the number of operatives working on the network, and already this year, more than 4,300 potholes have been repaired, often in extremely difficult winter conditions. That work has kept roads open and kept people safe, and I want to thank our teams on the ground for the extraordinary job they continue to do. But we all know that this reactive work alone cannot deliver the long-term improvement our city needs. The 50 million highway investment allows us to take a fundamentally different approach. It enables a shift to planned preventive maintenance, an approach that is more effective, more resilient, more economical in long term, and far better for residents. Without investment on this scale, the maintenance backlog would continue to grow, repair costs would continue to rise, and the situation would worsen year on year. This budget stopped that trajectory. It builds on the first 1 million already approved earlier this year, which is already delivering resurfacing and footway improvements across several wards. But the wider program transforms our capability. It will be delivered through a transparent, rolling program guided by independent condition surveys, meaning funding is targeted where it is needed most and where it has a greatest impact. It will allow us to do more permanent resurfacing work during the spring and summer months, when conditions allow repairs to last longer and deliver better value. It enables us to deploy innovative techniques like thermal repairs and preventive surface treatments that significantly extend the lifespan of our roads. And crucially, this investment helps us respond to the long-term challenge of climate change. More resilient materials, better timed intervention, and a preventive approach will strengthen the network against increasingly extreme weather while reducing the carbon impact of repeated reactive repairs, supporting our wider net zero ambitions. All of this sits within the budget that is truly transformative for Newcastle, a budget that safeguards frontline services, supports the most vulnerable, modernizes how the council operates, and ensure residents see real, tangible improvements in their neighborhoods. This highway investment is a cornerstone of that commitment. It focuses on basics. It improves everyday life, and it reflects exactly what residents expect to prioritize. Lord Mayor, this administration is doing what residents expect of us, investing in the basics, and I fully support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call Councillor Peter Allen, please?
Lord Mayor, to many in this chamber, I may be one of the newest councillors, but actually, looking around the chamber, I think I'm the veteran when it comes to delivering budgets in this chamber, having delivered 7 between 2004 and 2011. So I thought what I'd try to do tonight is just to reflect on that experience, but also the experience tonight and over the last year, to make a few suggestions, not just for tonight, but for the future. In 3 areas. Firstly, externally. One thing that's not been mentioned tonight is that actually the funding settlement benefits in the resource equalisation area of the account by over £20 million, thanks to the campaign that this council led after a motion that we brought forward last year to ensure that Class N and Class M student council tax exemptions are fully accounted for in the local government settlement, and they are not just for this year but for coming years. Unfortunately, Newcastle has lost out on the needs assessment and effectively has lost, I think the figure is 3.6% per year in terms of needs assessment. And so what we've gained on the swings, we've more than lost on the roundabouts, or lost on the roundabouts. So my suggestion is that this council should take forward in future the need for further movement on the funding formula, particularly over the assumption by central government that council tax should rise in every council in the country by effectively 5% a year. That needs to change to actually encourage councils in the future to offer a better deal to their residents, but not having to fund it all from council tax. Central government should be bearing its share of the burden as well. Internally, I think what we need to be able to do, and tonight has really highlighted that, is the budget is not just about one night. The budget is actually a year-long process. And in future, I think all parties and all groupings should be equally involved in the setting of a budget for this council. Particularly after May, it may well be that there's no one party in control. We need to change our approach to the budget settlement. I also agree that we need to look in detail at all elements of the budget, and I support Tracy Mitchell's amendment on this, Councillor Mitchell's amendment on this, being the last councillor to lead a line-by-line review of the budget back in 2004, which then resulted in council tax coming down from a then 9.8%. The following year, it was at inflation, which was 2.5%. And that came from that detailed review. And I think we need to look at that in the future. That way we produce collaboration. That way we get cooperation. And we deliver on behalf of all of our citizens. The final point I make would be on the amendments themselves. We definitely support the Green amendments and the movement on HMOs. The reason it's not in our budget for tonight, budget amendments for tonight, is we know that the work is already underway to change the licensing regime, and that will lead to more licensing officers in the future, and hopefully a better deal for residents and a better deal for people living in HMO properties. As I said, I'll agree with Councillor Mitchell's amendment. Councillor Donnelly, I agree with the sentiment. I would do, having delivered 7 budgets at or below the rate of inflation. But I don't think this year is the year to do it. We need to do the hard work to be able to deliver a fairer settlement in the future. And finally, I would say in the Liberal Democrat amendments, they're not about taking money from revenue. They're about investing on the capital account, investing to save in the future. If we repair footpaths and pavements now, we don't need to spend even more to invest in filling even bigger potholes or even more damaged pavements in the future. And on that, Lord Mayor, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. The guillotine has now fallen. The rules are I can call one further speaker, and then anyone else who's reserved the right to speak, and then the mover. So, Councillor Mains. Okay, right, fine. Councillor Mitchell, you've reserved the right to speak. Yeah, you did reserve the right to speak, so anyone who's reserved the right to speak during the debate can speak even though the guillotine is falling. You don't have to.
No, I think the point was simply the order in which people who'd reserved the right would be taken.
Oh, I'm doing it in reverse order.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. I'll start, as others have, with commenting on the Green amendments, which we fully support. I would say, having been shouted at by Councillor Frew in this chamber for a year, that I would not recommend accepting the Labour amendment to the Green amendments, because frankly this is yet another example where if Labour wanted to do something, they could have done it in any of the last many years. The amendment on heat networks is certainly to be supported. I'm sure that you'll be aware that we have also raised the amounts that are charged not just to those on heat networks, but on other communal heating, and why they're paying 4.8%. And finally, my colleagues have already talked about HMO licensing framework. I mentioned Councillor Frew. I must say I'm a little disappointed not to have him here this year telling us how small and inconsequential our amendments would be. But I did take his words to heart, and that is why the amendments we have put forward this year are bold, prudent amendments, and amendments that, frankly, I really don't understand why the Labour Party can't support. Because in most cases, these amendments are simply about taking money that you think should be spent and spending it faster. So, on the 50 million for roads, simply saying that perhaps we should spend a little bit more of that in year one rather than over the period. So I really don't understand quite what your problem is. When it comes to housing, we are talking about building 150 council houses a year. And just to clarify what Councillor Hurd was saying, when you're all looking very confused about 15,000, I would suggest you read your own leaflets, because there are Labour leaflets going out in this city right now saying that you will build 15,000 council houses. So it's not us who are wrong on that, it is your information. And I have, if anybody would like to see a copy, I certainly have one. But again, all we are saying is take the money that we are already committing for housing and simply accelerate some of that expenditure. We are not talking about millions and millions of pounds, although that is what I would like to see us spending, because with a waiting list of over 4,000 families, 150 council houses will simply not cut it. But we have to start somewhere. And finally, on the amendment on parks and play areas. I have been dealing, and councillors across this city have been dealing with the fact that I'm afraid that the money that has been spent on parks and play areas over the last year and committed is causing haves and have-nots. It is causing people in the city with no play area in their ward to go, why are they getting upgrades? We need to get this investment sorted out properly so that there is investment, capital, proper investment in parks and play areas across the entire city. And I'm afraid I don't think this is complicated. Saying that money from the Accelerated Development Fund, which is about people investing in this city, what is a better use of that money than to invest more in our parks and play areas? So, I say again, if you vote against these amendments to Labour, you are voting against accelerating spending on housing. You are voting against accelerating spending on potholes and pavements, and you are voting to say that no, our parks and play areas do not need more investing. And you can explain that decision to the electorate, because we certainly will be taking you to task over it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Before I call Councillor here, I know somebody seems to have their phone on very loud, and I keep hearing notifications from WhatsApp. So if you can turn your phone down or turn the sound off, I'd be grateful. Thanks. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am proud to second this budget because it invests in what matters most to the people of Newcastle while setting a confident course for our city's future. Since 2011, Labour administrations have led Newcastle through extraordinary pressure. £400 million has been cut from our budgets. Demand has risen, costs have increased, and yet we have kept our city stable. We have protected the most vulnerable, maintained sound finances, and continued moving Newcastle forward. That record gives us credibility. And with the certainty of a 3-year funding settlement, we now have the platform to move forward. This is our most transformative budget in a decade. It protects the services residents rely on while setting a clear direction for how this council will operate in the years ahead. And you can see that ambition in the investments we are making. £50 million over the next decade to repair roads and footpaths across the city, fewer potholes, safer crossings, better pavements, long-term investments that residents will see and feel. £1.5 million to support our park services, helping keep our parks safe and well maintained. £1.7 million to restore neighbourhood pride across the city and improve what residents see when they step outside of their front door. And since 2020, we have invested more than £4 million improving play spaces across Newcastle, upgrading facilities and creating safer places for children to play. Last year, Cabinet approved the Newcastle Accessible and Inclusive Play Area Plan because we believe something very simple. Every child deserves a safe place to play close to home. Not just some children, every child. The Inclusive Play Plan commits £1.5 million to transform 4 sites into fully accessible play areas with equipment and spaces designed so children with different needs can play alongside their friends instead of watching from the sidelines. 7 more neighbourhood spaces will also be improved so standards rise across the city. Our plan is based on independent advice and clear evidence of where need is greatest, so investment makes the biggest difference. We have also allocated £450,000 of Pride in Place Impact Fund to improve Harbottle Park and Hodgkin Park. Our approach to investing in play spaces is not about scattering small sums around the city so it looks good on a leaflet. It's about sustained investment and getting on with the job of improving our parks and play spaces for residents across Newcastle. Because the real test of leadership is not the promises you print, it's the change you deliver. Now, colleagues, the Liberal Democrats and their chaotic approach to amendments. In their speeches, they failed to recognise when they ran the council they had an additional £400 million available to them. And what I will just say as an aside, if we on this side of the chamber can't mention the coalition, God help us, and please stop carping on about how things were better when you ran the council. The hypocrisy is staggering. Their amendments give no consideration to the resources needed to deliver their promises. And I must ask, in relation to their amendment around the Deputy Chief Executive post, have they consulted with our trade unions? I suspect not. Now, you will have seen the headlines about the temporary closure
Can we
of
have
our
one meeting, please? Thank you.
Now you will have seen the headlines about the temporary closure of 2 Parks cafes. That decision was not taken lightly. But the Park Service cannot continue subsidising loss-making hospitality venues. Before amending their amendment, the Liberal Democrats brought forward an amendment asking the Council to spend taxpayers' money reopening the cafes at a loss. That might make for a good headline, but it is not responsible financial management. We have taken a different approach. We have protected public money, marketed the cafes to the hospitality sector, and I'm confident we will see them reopen and serving our communities again very soon. That is the difference between headline chasing and responsible leading. We are leading responsibly, and we are transforming the way the Council works. Services will be easier to access, faster and simpler. Waiting times will reduce. Communities will have a stronger voice. This is about building a council that is fit for the future, one that listens, delivers and earns trust. This is a budget for Newcastle. It protects what matters most. It invests in our children and our communities. It raises standards in every neighbourhood, and it strengthens neighbourhood pride. It proves that even after years of pressure, our ambition for this city has not faded. It has grown. I'm proud to second this budget. Thank you, colleagues.
Councillor Kilgour, you have the right to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll take this opportunity to answer a couple of the points that were made in earlier speeches. Councillor Ferguson, yes, this budget is different because instead of line after line of service cuts, we're transforming how this council works. And I believe there was mention of reserves. And if I'm right, if my maths are right, I believe in the last decade the Liberal Democrats would have spent £8,097,547 of reserves. So our use of reserves after this length of time, with £400 million worth of cuts, to only just be using some of our reserves now, I think is actually a remarkable feat. He criticised also, I think, our capital programme for road and pavement repairs, yet also said that his group had called for it. I think there was a criticism of some capital investment borrowing at one point, but then Councillor Allen agreed with that or suggested we should do more. So, I mean, you know, make your minds up. And he claims that when the Liberal Democrats ran the city, life was a bed of roses and the sun was all shining, without ever acknowledging that during that was during the years of plenty of the Labour government and not during the dark days of Tory Liberal Democrat austerity. There was mention also of genuine engagement and compromise, but I would say it's not a one-way street. My door is always open and always has been, yet the opposition leaders have not approached me for a conversation. It has been up to me to instigate conversations, and I would remind him that compromise works both ways. Councillor Lovett, resorting to insults really doesn't do your cause any good, and I would say the same for a number of other speakers who've spoken tonight. Councillor Taylor gave us a list of things she said we hadn't included. Perhaps the Liberal Democrats could have included them in the Liberal Democrat amendments, but they didn't. Councillor Huddart, I've got the leaflet here. What I said in my speech, what our leaflet says, is that we're committed to building 15,000 homes, of which 1,500, 1,500, will be council, and a further 1,500 will be social and affordable. That is something I am particularly proud of. Again, Councillor Huddart made references to £16 million not going very far. So, I mean, using your own logic, imagine how little you'll get for the extra £1 million that you've got in your amendment. Councillor Mitchell, I'm not quite sure what you were saying. It sounded very like you agreed with me that you haven't any original ideas, but we're using ours, but we're just trying to increase the spend and bring it forward slightly. Lord Mayor, despite all of the comments from the Liberal Democrats, this is a bold and brave budget. It protects our frontline services and it delivers exactly what our residents tell us they want. Investment in our neighbourhoods, investment in our communities, investment in regeneration. Investment in the future of our city. I love this city. I'm proud of it. I don't talk it down. My job's to talk it up, and that's not a difficult thing to do. And as part of that, I'm proud of the future that we're planning, and I'm proud of what we're already delivering. Colleagues, please support the budget as amended with the Green amendments and Councillor Mitchell's amendment.
Thank you very much. Okay. Right. We're just pausing for a moment while they look at some technical issue. Yeah. Okay, colleagues, thanks for bearing with us. Turns out one member who was sitting in a different seat hadn't realised her vote had been counted for the guillotine and did vote by hand as well. So that means the vote was tied 32-32. And I'm not using a casting vote, so it makes no difference. So, we'll move on to the voting. Yeah, okay. Yeah, our legal officer has a statement.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm to members that in relation to the further
Try again.
Apologies, Chair. Just to confirm that in relation to the further amendments that were circulated in the Chamber this evening, it's just to confirm to members that the Section 151 officer has been consulted, reviewed those, and is content that these are permissible to proceed and do not create any issues. It's just so that members can have that information prior to voting.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Right, we'll move on to the voting now. So we're voting now on the Green Amendment 1. Every vote from now on will be a named vote. which will make it a bit harder if you can't vote electronically, but anyway. So we're now voting on Green Amendment 1. Can you please vote now, please? Has everyone who can vote electronically done so? Right, well, we start on this side. If you're able to, can you stand up? If you're not, if you put your hand up, can you please state your name and which way you're voting? Yep, Dorian? Okay, nobody else on this side? Okay, this side? Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Nabila? Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. Okay, you won't be surprised to hear that was carried 63 in favour with 1 abstention. Right. Okay. Next we're going to vote on the Labour amendment to the Green Amendment 2. Okay, so if you could please vote now, please. Okay, is everybody who can vote electronically done so? If you haven't voted electronically? Dorian? Okay. Stephen? Nabila? Thank you. Oh, sorry, another one. Is that Councillor Mafemba who's sitting at the back? Yes. Yes. Well spotted, though. Don't think it'll have made a huge difference to the result, you know. Anybody? Oh, sorry. Is there anybody against? Sorry. No. No further abstention. No, right. Okay. So that's 56 for and 7 abstained, none against. So now we move on the amended Green Amendment. Green Amendment 2, as amended. Please vote. Everybody who can vote it? Okay. We'll now move on to people who haven't been able to vote. Okay. Anyone else not being able to vote? On this side? No? Okay, on this side? Okay. Okay, is that it? Oh, Councillor Hoodard? Okay. Okay, that's 58 for and 6 abstentions. Thank you. Now we move on to Green Amendment 3. Fingers on buzzers. Right. So on this side, if you haven't been able to vote electronically, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Hoodard, thank you. On this side, yes. Councillor Lambert, yes. Thank you. Okay, that's 59 for and 2 abstentions. Next, we're going to Green Amendment 4. Okay. Yeah. Right, if anybody hasn't voted electronically. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hoodard. Yes. Yes, from Councillor Lambert. Thank you. Okay, anyone else? No. So that is 64 with 4 abstentions. Right. Well, now we move to the amendment by Councillor Donnelly, but because... well, because Green Amendment 2 was agreed, this means that it's not compatible with Councillor Donnelly's motion. So... well, you may not have done, but that's local democracy. So, Councillor Donnelly, I'm wondering, are you willing to withdraw your amendment? No. Okay. Okay. Well, our legal officer has a statement. Have his microphone to be turned on, please?
Thank you, Chair. It was just to remind councillors that the Section 151 officer's advice includes reference to the incompatibility and the effect that it may have in terms of agreeing a balanced budget this evening, just so members are aware before taking that vote.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll have to vote on that amendment. All those in, well, just vote. One vote. Scores on the doors. Are we all done electronically? Yeah. Okay, if you weren't able to vote electronically, could you please... Okay, I know you're suffering with your back. If you just raise your hand, don't worry, you don't have to keep standing. Dorian? Okay. And I presume again. Oh, he's not ready. Oh, yes, go on. No. Nope. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Right, that is 5 in favour, 56 against and 3 abstentions. Now the next amendment, Councillor Tracy Mitchell. Oh, we do the amendment first.
Do the amendment.
Right, yes. We have to do the amendment to the amendment first. Okay? So all those in favour of the amendment to the amendment, please vote. For Tracy Mitchell's amendment, yes. Okay, everybody done? Right. Yes. Councillor Hoddard? 4. Okay. Okay. A no. Okay. That's 32 for and 32 against with 0 abstentions. I won't be using any casting votes in any votes tonight, including on the overall budget, although I do reserve the right to change my mind on that should we be back here tomorrow at 6 p.m, which is when we're due to come back here if we don't agree tonight. So that amendment to the amendment is... We now come to the amendment itself. All those in favour? Right. Anyone who couldn't vote electronically? Yes. Councillor Hoddard? Sorry? Yes. Yes, from Councillor... Yes. Yes, okay, thank you. Well, it's 64 for, nobody against, nobody abstaining. You've really brought us together there, Tracy. Well done. Right. So now we need to vote on the Liberal Democrat amendments to the amendment, yes? Yes. So, can we vote on that, please? Sorry? Right, well, what... Right,
Lord Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
The amendment is to delete the bits that were on the copy
So if you vote in favour, my view is you are voting to delete the bits that are redlined on the copy.
Right.
I would assume, given what you've said, you might support that.
Did you? Have you not all got the copy of the sheet? Right. Well, it's basically deleting all of that. It's deleting the amendment down to make the following year one amendments, correct? Yeah. So it's deleting the Lib Dem amendment down to there. Oh, and there's an additional change there on the back, which removes 5. Right. Okay. Right. We'll start this vote again, as everybody seems slightly confused by it. So everybody understand now what we're voting on? Right. And go. Okay, everybody voted who can electronically. Okay, we'll go round again. Councillor voting yes. Councillor Lambert? No. Okay. Okay. Oh, we've got an extra one. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Councillor here. Okay. Right, that's 28 for, 33 against and 1 abstention. So now it's the Liberal Democrat amendment, as not amended by the amendment to the amendment. If you're following. All those in favour of the Liberal Democrat, the original Liberal Democrat amendment, please vote now. Sorry? What was the legal advice on this one? Actually, it does say the third and fifth parts of the amendment proposed by Councillor Ferguson are not compatible with Councillor Donnelly's proposed amendment. So if Councillor Donnelly's amendment had been agreed, the Liberal Democrat one would be at variance with that. Sorry, please, Councillor Woodwick. Yes, Councillor Hay, what's your point?
I have got one.
If we can, Tom, if we can, we've been quite civil all night.
Yes.
So, yes.
Well, I haven't broken that civility. Tom Woodwick has, and I would like an apology. Telling me to belt up is totally out of order and not within keeping of this chamber. You should be ashamed of yourself. But my point is...
Yes, what's your point?
My point is... You said Alex Belto. There's no point of clarification. Sit down.
Okay, you have a point of personal information. It was going so well. Councillor Woodick, what's your point of personal information?
It's explanation, Lord Mayor. If Mr Councillor Hay has taken offence by my remarks, I sincerely apologise. It was not my intention to cause offence to him. It was merely to point out the reality of what he was saying.
There's a chance and there's a possibility that instead of saying belt up, you could have simply said, I don't think you are right, Councillor Hay. Instead, you use language like belt up.
This is true.
But,
Right, well, can we, right, ladies and gentlemen, can we please
as we
get
have voted down the amendment to the amendment, the original amendment brought from the Liberal Democrats stands, which includes the line about the additional £0.5 million revenue being used to fund the park service, which the Section 151 officer, in his Section 25 statement, told us was incompatible and would lead to an issue with the finances in future. That's the point I'm making, an accurate point, I think.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hay. Councillor Ferguson.
Lord Mayor, I wonder if Councillor Hay would like to clarify that the process that we engaged in earlier was at the behest of the Labour group. We did exactly what they asked. The position that we are in is the one that they've forced, and if they're that worried about it, they're more than welcome to amend our amendment to remove it if Council decides to pass it. But how on earth can we vote against our own proposals whenever you forced us into this situation?
Councillor Ferguson, in your speech, Councillor Ferguson, you made reference...
Councillor Hay, you've already said
Lord
no.
Mayor, I'll sit down if he does.
In your speech, you made reference to the fact you would follow the advice of the Section 25 officer. You did not.
Right. OK, thank you, Councillor Hay. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I now be back with you in a minute. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, yeah. We'll just pause slightly while the legal officer seeks advice from the financial officer on this. Okay, back with you in a moment.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. I just wanted to confirm there my understanding of the note in the Section 151 officers before confirming. It was indicated that this would have an impact, but this would not impact on the ability to set a balanced budget if accepted. So this is capable of being voted on.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
and it would not impact on the ability to set a legal budget.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can we keep the childish chants to a minimum, please? Right, we're going to do the vote again. Okay. The unamended Liberal Democrat amendment. Okay, everybody who can vote voted. Right, I'll come round again. Yeah, Councillor Huddard? Yeah. Councillor Lambert's no. Okay, that it. Anyone else? No. Oh, sorry, Alistair. Okay. Is that everyone? Good. Okay, 26 for, 33 against and 4 abstentions. Thank you very much. So now we get to the report on the amended report. The final vote. Can you please indicate, please? So everybody who can vote electronically voted? Thank you. Yes. No. No from Councillor Huddard. Councillor Lambert? Yes. Yes. Higgins? Aye. Regular? Yes. Anyone else? No. Right, it's 36 in favour, 26 against and 1 abstention. Thank you very much. Now, we need to deal with the remaining items of business in accordance with Standing Order 19. For each remaining item, I'll ask the mover whether they want to continue all this. Right. So, item 9, appointment of independent members and independent persons under the Localism Act 2011. Councillor Ellis, would you like to move? Okay, thank you. Councillor Phillipson to second. Yeah. Does Council agree to receive the report? Thank you very much. Questions by members. As the guillotine has fallen, the questions will receive a written response from whoever they're addressed to. 11, Cabinet statement. I assume there'll be written responses to questions that have been submitted. Yes? Yep, thank you very much. Appointments. There are no appointments. And we come to notices of motion. It would be really good to get into the next municipal year with none of this hanging over. So shall we say? Notice of motion, approved bus services. Councillor Cookson, would you like to deal with it tonight or have it held over? Straight to a vote. Seconded by Councillor Stoll, is that correct? Yeah. Councillor Peters, would you like to move an amendment? Okay. Seconded by Councillor Hartley. Thank you very much. So, all those in favour of the amendment, please show. This isn't a named vote or anything. Oh, sorry, is it agreed? Sorry. Is the amendment agreed? Yes? Okay. We'll move on to the substantive motion as amended. Is that agreed? Okay, well, thank you. 14, notice of motion, potholes. Councillor Mark Donnelly, would you like to deal with this evening? Yes, okay. Do you have a seconder? I don't have one here. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Sorry? Okay, that's noted, Councillor Kensington, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Hunter seconding. There is an amendment from Councillor Kilgour. Would you like to move it? Okay, seconded by Councillor Sathian. Oh, there you are. Yep, thank you. So, is the amendment agreed? What? No. Some no's, was there? All right. Okay, we'll have to move to a vote. Has everybody voted electronically who can do? Yeah. Right. We'll now move to those of you who couldn't vote electronically. If you're in favour of the amendment, please show. It's not a name vote, so I don't have to ask you all individually. Okay. If you're in favour of the amendment, please show. Yeah. All those against the amendment, please show. Thank you. Anyone abstaining? Right, that's 32 in favour of the amendment, 30 against, with no abstentions. So is the motion as amended agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. And now we move on to 15. Councillor Byrne, would you like to deal with this tonight? Yes, okay. And presumably you're proposing it, yeah. Seconded by Councillor Tracy Mitchell, yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker has an amendment. Yeah, okay, proposed, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hay? Yeah, thank you very much. Is the amendment agreed? No? Okay, we'll have a vote then. So everybody who can vote electronically voted? Yes? Okay, can I have a show of hands if you're in favour of the amendment, please? Okay, put your hands up if you're against the amendment. Thank you. And put your hands up if you're abstaining. Oh. Okay, that's 32 for, 30 against and 1 abstention. Is the amended motion agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Item 16, future Newcastle Parks. Councillor Coles, do you want to deal with it tonight? So you want to hold it over? Okay. Notice of motion, International Women's Day. Councillor Huddard, do you want to deal with this tonight? No, you can't, Councillor Huddart. Do you want to deal with this tonight? Sorry? Can we stop the chit-chat? Councillor Huddart, the guillotine has fallen. There's no further debate. We just need to know if you want this dealt with tonight. Sorry. I take exception to the way you phrased that, Councillor Stone. Okay, I'll make a note of that, okay? Yeah. I understand that, Councillor Huddart, and if there was someone on that side wanting to do the same thing, I imagine everybody on this side would say, well, that's not what standing orders say. So you can't make a statement. All you can do is tell me if you want to deal with it tonight or you want to hold it over till the next time. Okay, thank you. Right. So you're proposing it tonight. Do you have a seconder? Because I haven't got a note. Yeah, okay, thank you. Right.
I will send an email to all councillors.
Yes, great. Thank you very much. That's good. Right, is that motion agreed? Agreed. Okay, thank you very much. Next. Notice of motion, Commissioner scrapped. Councillor Donnelly, do you want to deal with this tonight? You'll defer. Sorry? Oh, yes, fine. Yeah. Well, it's been deferred, did you say? Right, okay, deferred. Notice of motion 19. Support for the Together Alliance. Councillor Rahman, deal with it tonight. Seconded by Councillor Byrne, yes? Yes, okay, thank you. No amendments. Okay, is that motion agreed? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, and that's it. We're finished. So, thank you, colleagues. I'd like to say it's a pleasure. We'll see you at the AGM. Well, lots of you.